curriculum has further strengthened the practical learning by focusing on competence and employable skills. Trainees can now progress through certified modules and enter the job market with relevant skills even before completing full courses.
We have a lot of students who are interested in the competency-based education and training. One thing, they are not being kept in college for so long. Once you have acquired the competence that you want to acquire, you are released to go and work. This is an opportunity for us to showcase to the world what the TVET is able to do and why it is the way to go. It's not a second option, it is the first option. As we are talking about Singapore, it is TVET that will take us to Singapore, will make Kenya to Singapore.
You know, the journey to Singapore is a journey that we all must move. Every Kenyan should be on the way to Singapore. The presidency is leading us to Singapore, and the roles of TVET SIDAC are actually enablers to the journey to Singapore.
Recognition of prior learning has also expanded opportunities for artisans in the informal sector. Skilled workers from garages, workshops, farms, and construction sites are now being assessed and certified for the competencies they already possess. So far, more than 6,400 artisans have been certified through TVET institutions, including 1,100 artisans from Kakuma refugee camp. For many, this has restored dignity to skill and opened the doors to employment, enterprise growth, and global opportunities.
The CS Treasury directed that all institutions in TVET that have got automotive equipment should be registered as garages. And I'm happy to announce that now we have got about 5 already registered by camera, who are the regulators of garages in Kenya. And therefore we are going to have the government vehicles being repaired, being done in the TVET institutions.
So far, produced many students out there with quality skills that they are using maybe at place of employment or self-employment.
The impact of these reforms is already visible. More than 9,500 trainees have secured jobs abroad through industrial linkages and dual training programs. Kenyan TVET graduates are now working in manufacturing, construction, healthcare, hospitality, and engineering across different countries. Others are establishing businesses and creating jobs for fellow youth, proving that TVETs are producing not only job seekers but job creators.
I'm an alumni of Kabunia Technical Training Institute, where I pursued a diploma in food and beverage production, where you'll train for the courses and finish and come out here and deploy yourself as an entrepreneur.
I'm a graduate, former student at Northeastern National Polytechnic. There I did electrical and electronic engineering diploma. Immediately I finished, immediately I graduate. I start my own business, and also I come up with a company that deals with the electrical and electronic engineering.
Welcome to PC Kinyanjui. My name is Alvin Vudavila. I am a student, a mechanical engineer student. Sahi nikimaliza shule mimi najua hapo hivyo nje with the kidogo skills yenye nimepata hapa hivi na pale, editing, kuingia into Wajir club, doing stuff hapa na pale, online mambo pale, unajua pesa iko huku hivi online vibaya sana. Hapa hivi nje mimi nikitoka mimi siwezi sota wala.
I pursued a diploma in ICT and currently working at Salkan Hotel as an IT support.
Technology and innovation are also becoming central within the TVET ecosystem. The introduction of Yetu.Day digital labs has expanded access to ICT training, online jobs, and digital skills for students and surrounding communities.
We appreciate that AI is here with us. Time has come for us now to sensitize trainers that there are actually facilitators in classroom, there are facilitators in the lab, there are facilitators in the workshops. So we are increasingly encouraging them to use AI because trainees are using AI. We cannot run away from AI.
Many institutions are also embracing green energy through solar-powered systems, preparing trainees for opportunities in sustainable energy and green technology industries.
PCKNU is a center of excellence in renewable energy and energy efficiency. Solar installation is, it was actually a directive from the ministry to try to cut on the bills that we are paying for power because of the machines. So we are among the first institutions to implement the directive, and we've fully gone solar. We trained 1,047 solar and PV installers from across all the TVET institutions in the country.
Inclusivity remains a key pillar of the transformation agenda. Institutions such as Machakos Technical Institute for the Blind, St. Joseph's for the Deaf in Sikri, and Karen Institute continue to demonstrate that disability is not inability. Trainees with special needs are actively participating in technical training and producing items such as shoes, cabro blocks, and textiles while competing equally with others.
The best man to employ is a deaf person, especially the deaf. You know, we have different disabilities where you have the blind, but we train the deaf, so the deaf are the best. Because when it comes to working, they concentrate. They don't have to hear a sound from somewhere making a lot of noise, no.
Beyond academics, TVET institutions are nurturing talent in sports, arts, and innovation. Trainees are representing Kenya in international competitions and developing innovations that solve real societal challenges. These institutions are steadily becoming hubs of creativity, invention, and excellence. The transformation of TVET in Kenya is more than an education reform. It is a national economic and social revolution. As Kenya celebrates Madaraka Day under the theme Education, Skills and the Future, the progress in TVET institutions stands as clear evidence that the country is investing in its greatest resource, its people.
As we celebrate this year's Madaraka Day, and we're glad to see that the theme is education, skills, and looking at the future. And this couldn't have been timely because we are at a stage where within the education ecosystem, and thanks again to the reforms that we have seen, we're looking at an education system that supports the current needs and also the anticipated needs of the labor market.
The future will not be built by certificates alone. It will be built by competence, skills, and innovation, by young people who can design, weld, code, construct, repair, cook, farm, create, and compete with the world. Across Kenya, in workshops, laboratories, innovation hubs, farms, factories, and digital spaces, that future is no longer being imagined. It is already under construction. TVET is not the alternative. TVET is the master key.
I think we can do better. Hebu tupigie TVET makofi ya nguvu. And that is just a tip of the iceberg. There is more in TVET. Now we want to go to the next level. Chief guest, we are going to have some form of entertainment from various groups. So, Kalito, can you usher in the first group?
Ni furaha Wajir East TVC with a Borana dance. Karibuni sana, tafadhali tufanye upesi kwa sababu ya wakati. Wapi makofi yao tafadhali. Our PS, natumai utafurahia zaidi ukiona bus out of state wakifanya performance yao ya Borana dance. Karibuni sana. Welcome and enjoy.
Nande de do bete ya, nalle ya kini garaki ya, nalle ya kini garaki ya, ambar bade ya sida be garam jirta fade tiya, ambar bade ya sida be garam jirta fade tiya, nande de do bete ya, nande de do bete ya. Nalle ya kini garakiya, nalle ya kini garakiya, ambar bade ya sidabe garam jirta fade tiya. Yo mula yo galole yo mula, yo mula yo galole yo mula, sirna ganna, sirna ganna. Adagana, Adagana, yo mula, yo galole, yo mula. Kenya banuramanete, Kenya banuramanete, yo sila walgabana, nuranagaya, 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 nuranagaya. Yo sila walgabana Kenya banuramanete Kenya banuramanete Yeri yeri waqi gushayna Yeri yeri waqi gushayna Yeri yeri biso nagaya Ye biso biso ye biso dumbula 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 ye biso biso
Asanteni sana.
Biso biso
Asanteni sana Wajir.
dumbula 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 ye biso biso.
Asanteni sana Wajir East TVC. Thank you very much. Thank you. Asanteni sana, wapi makofi yao tafadhali. Maridadi kweli. Maridadi. The next on stage sio wengine ni Wajir Girls. Wapi makofi ya Wajir Girls tafadhali. Item ni narrative. Wageni wetu leo watafurahia narrative kutoka Wajir Girls. Tufanye upesi, dakika ni 3. Tumia wakati wako wisely, kwa sababu ikiisha mimi nitakuwa nachukua mic. Haya, jukwani lako tafadhali. Wapi makofi tafadhali. Hawa ni Wajir girls with narrative. Asante sana. Asanteni sana. Next on stage. Next on stage, Hodhan Junior. Wakiwa na shairi elimu ni taa, lakini kabla hao wacha basi MC aweze kumtambua mgeni wetu.
For that wonderful rendition of Mother's Education. I am sure they are getting words of encouragement from our guests. May I take this opportunity to recognize the presence of the Principal Secretary, State Department for Higher Education, Dr. Beatrice Nyagala. Karibu sana, madam, and feel at home. Thank you. Let's go to the next item. I also recognize the presence of the Director General of Education. Elias, Dr. Elias, you can wait wherever you are. Thank you.
Hawa sasa ni Hodhan Junior wakiwa na shairi elimu ni taa. Karibuni. Asanteni sana, wapi makofi, msikue wachoyo wa kofi. Asanteni Hodhan Junior, tafadhali. Kidogo foto. Mgeni wetu anataka kidogo tu, dakika moja. Tuko na TVET hapa next on stage. Tuwaongoze tu pole. Tupite hapo tafadhali. Asanteni. Thank you. Next on stage, TVET with the poem. Wapi makofi yao? Asante sana. Tusio wachoyo wa kofi tafadhali. Hawa ni TVET. Check.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, here are the students from Tibet Institution presenting a choral poem about Tibet is the master key. Welcome and enjoy.
Welcome to the Education Week today, where learning lies the future's way. We gather to celebrate skills and knowledge today, preparing learners for a brighter day. If education is the key, then Tibet is the master key. The Principal Secretary stands with pride, supporting learners far and wide. The President of Kenya encourages innovation, inspiring youth to work smart every day. If education is the key, then Tibet is the master key. Dual Tibet training leads the way, learning at work and institutions every day. Students gain practical experience in industries any day, improving their skills training every day. If education is the key, then Tibet is the master key. Tibet modular curriculum helps us grow, learner-centered so everyone may know. Provide step-by-step learning every day, build creativity and opportunity. If education is the key, then Tibet is the master key. Thank you.
Asanteni sana, wapi makofi tafadhali. Thank you very much. Next on stage. Tukuja tu. Picha kianza kidogo. Next on stage. Tufanye haraka. Dakika ni mbili. Kwa sababu ya wakati, dakika ni mbili. Wewe ukiamua jukwaa ni ya mtu mwingine unakubali tu. Asante sana. Volunteer broadcast on the stage.
Mbele yenu ni wanafunzi wa shule ya msingi ya Volunteer, tayari kuwapasha taarifa. Karibuni.
Ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaban mpenzi watazamaji. Karibuni kwenye VJC, mahali ambapo elimu haina mwisho.
Furahini nasi tunawaletea habari za mwako, zilizoiva na zinazozindua akili. Kama tunavyosema, ngoma haichezi bila mkono.
Elimu ni ufunguo wa maisha.
Elimu ni ngao.
Bila elimu ni sawa na mtu aliyevaa tai akiwa uchi wa mnyama.
Elimu ni mwanga na nuru.
Bila shaka, elimu ni taa.
Elimu ni kioo cha sasa na cha maisha ya siku za usoni.
Bila kupoteza muda, sekunde wala dakika, tupate yaliyomo.
Elimu mashinani.
Vifaa vya masomo vimeongezwa maradufu.
Sherehe za Madaraka na maandalizi ya pamba moto.
Buni habari hizo na zinginezo. Nami naitwa Zakaria Mohamud.
Nami naitwa Ahadha. Elimu mashinani, tupate kwa Riak.
Elimu mashinani ni chambo ambalo limezipua kinga zote zilizokuwa zimetenga jamii na masomo. Vizazi vilikuwa vinaangamia kwa kukosa mwanga wa elimu. Kwa sasa elimu imepenya na kupenyeza na kumfikia kila mmoja bila upakuzi. Hata mtoto msichana aliyekuwa amesaulika anatabasamu. Kwa sasa anatabasamu na elimu mashinani. Heko na pongozi kwa vinara washikadau wote. Nikiripotia kwa niaba ya VJZ kutoka Wakberi, ni mimi mwanahabari wenu Riak Isa.
Shukran sana. Vifaa vya msomo vimeongezwa marudufu. Sumaya anatuarifu zaidi.
Awali vifaa vya masomo vilikuwa adimu na nadra kupatikana, lakini ajili ya elimu mashinani. Kuna vifaa vya masomo kama vile vitabu, chati, vifaa vya kidijitali na vinginevyo. Masomo yamekuwa ya kuvutia na yenye mvuto. Vile masomo yamekuwa rahisi sana. Heko na viongezi kwa vinara wote wa elimu mashinani. Nikiripotia kwa niaba ya VJC kutoka shule ya msingi ya Volunteer, ni mimi wenu Sumaya Abdi. Sherehe za Madaraka na maandalizi ya pamba moto. Aisha anatuarifu zaidi.
Hayawi huwa na yasiyokuwa yakawa, na mbiu ya magambo ikilia, lazima kuna jambo. Ni kama ndoto, ni kama ukweli. Sherehe za Madaraka kuandaliwa Wajir ni nafasi ya kipekee kwa wakazi wa mji huu kujionea jambo la kihistoria tangu Kenya kupata uhuru. Wanafunzi, walimu, wazazi wana furaha isiyo na kifani kuweza kupatana ana kwa ana na Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya pamoja na viongozi wengine wa nchi. Ni jambo ambalo halitafutika akilini, mioyoni na maishani mwa wakazi wa Wajir. Karibuni. So the weather. Nikiripotia kwa niaba ya VJC kutoka uwanja mkuu wa michezo wa Wajir, ni mimi mwanahabari wenu Asha Abdi.
Shukran sana. Naam, na kufika hapo hatuna budi ila kulivunja jamvi la taarifa letu. Shukran sana mtazamaji kwa kutazama runinga unayoipenda VJC. Na namshukuru sana wanahabari waliotusomea habari. Mtazamaji, hakuna mwanzo yasiyokuwa na mwisho. Tuungane kutamatisha habari zetu za leo papa hapa hadi siku ya Madaraka. Tunawatakia kila laheri. Lako jina?
Ahada binti Ahmed. Lako jina?
Zakaria Mohamud, na ukipenda niite Zakri Kauleni. Kwaherini.
Asante sana, makofi. Tafadhali tukuje hapa. Picha kidogo tafadhali tuweze kuongea na mgeni mheshimiwa, sawa? Wapi makofi tena? We have a bright picture. Asanteni sana. Next on the stage, Culture Girls with a dance ndio basi. Wapi makofi yao? One dress, maridadi. The last item. Ndio basi, dakika ni 2:30. Sinimo, Sablada, a folk song, a Borana folk song, tunasema Gadiana. Tusonge hivi kidogo, songa hivi kidogo. Kuja upande. Sama Ujiri kuja upande. Hapa. Amejana. Angalia. Kazi. Songa. Hapa sawa. Nafasi. Rogacha jukwani leo. Hii ndio item mwisho. Dakika ni 2. Twende. Asanteni sana, wapi makofi tafadhali? Kidogo picha tafadhali, kidogo tu, dakika. That's it. Tafadhali na director, na niko na special request, Wajir Girls Narrative, tutarudia, mutatuia radi kidogo tu. Watoto wamesema wako sawa, na tunasema asante elimu mashinani na CBC kwa sababu wanafanya entire ministry wako kufanya bidii, kwa sababu mahali tulikuwa mwaka 10 and mahali tuko leo ni vitu viwili tofauti sana. Special request, Wajir Girls with the narrative. Wako wapi tafadhali? Tufanye upesi kwa sababu ya wakati. Wajir Girls narrative tafadhali, dakika. Tufanye upesi tafadhali, tuwaite haraka tafadhali, tuwaite haraka, tufanye upesi. Wajir Girls narrative, tuingie tafadhali, tuingie tafadhali. Wapi makofi yao tena? On stage, Wajir Girls with the narrative. Jukwani leo. Asante sana, kwa ukweli hao ni maboss, si ndio? Kidogo niko na zawadi yenu kidogo kutoka
bosi wetu Bwana Dennis Tumbi, kwa shukrani amesema watoto wangu wasie
nyumbani wakiwa hawaja kunywa maji. Asanteni sana, kwa ukweli nyinyi ni mabosi. Kwa ukweli nyinyi ni mabosi. Watu wapo makofi yao tafadhali tena. Na tunawashukuru wale walimu wameweza kuwatayarisha tuweza kufurahia zaidi, si ndio? Asante sana. Ndio hiyo basi, asante. Yes, thank you. Anasema super principal ya Wajir Girls, wapi makofi yake? Amewatunza mpaka wakawa mabosi. Unaona Na kwa ukweli mabosi, sio? Wanaweza hawawezi? Wanaweza hawawezi? Tuendelee tusiendelee? Natumai basi The Education Forum itababa zaidi na zaidi na zaidi. Tumakinike. Hapo DJ Chere.
Seated. Good morning. Good morning. Sit next to you and tell them welcome. Very good. PSS, colleagues, students, and the people of Wajir. It's a privilege to be here today. Today, PS, I wish to share a personal story. I grew up in a house, I feel at home because I grew up in a household of a teacher. When I finished Form 4, one of the things that I got after my results was a letter from KU to go and do education. And we had a very big fight with my mom about that thing of education. But sitting there today, I think I'm being cheated. This is the best profession to be. Yes, you're in class, you're entertained by these beautiful things you have seen here. You're thinking about growing young minds and exposing them to the world. So I think I'll start doing this education even if I don't want to join the profession. At least it has to go through the whole process. That's number one. Number two, I was just looking at this, I think it's a model robot or something like that. And I was thinking, okay, then I think our education, our technical skills education is getting there. Because as you well know now in Nairobi, there are some restaurants that do not even have waiters. They have robots from the time you get in to the time of service and to the time of billing. So this is actually the future of where we are going, AI-powered robots. And if our school is teaching this and we can see models, then I think we are going somewhere. So I do not have much to say today, but to appreciate that this education thematic committee, thematic function is still going on, and I'm told the partners yesterday were very rich in their intent to stay here and listen to what is actually happening in that space. May I ask everyone who was involved in the planning of this to rise and so that we can appreciate you. The entire technical planning committee. Let's clap for these good people. Our to ni fire, see fire. Ni fire, see fire. You can get seated. Thank you very much. It's now my humble duty to welcome the PS TVETs who will then be able to handle the rest of the program. Let's clap for her.
And before I give my remarks this morning, because this is a Yetu.Day, let me say that because Dennis has given us his background, let me also say that those children who are here remind me of my babyness, my youth. I love being at the forefront, doing those things that those girls were doing. So I am so happy. Pigeni hao watoto makofi tena. Not to say that I also loved and still love singing in groups. Actually, because I still do, I think one of my current choir directors is here. Dr. Oyugi, where are you? Where is Dr. Oyugi? Huh? One of the lecturers at KU is my current choir director. So you can imagine the extent to which I love what kids are doing and where they I've told them how much I used to love them. So this morning, Dennis, I am very happy to be here to be able to revisit my before I make my remarks, let me invite my friend Mangala to come and yes.
My sister and friend, the PS Esther Moria, Mr. Dennis Mumbi, Presidential Special Projects and Creative Economy Coordination, and Chair, National Celebration, stand on the lay down protocol. I'm extremely happy today. We learned a lot about the milestones that have been accomplished in CBC. If there was any doubt about the richness of the competency-based education, characteristics of the students that we receive at the university are very important for their success. And so we are proudly waiting to welcome students that are well-rounded, and we will turn them into the special cadre of professionals that will move our country forward. Asanteni sana, as stakeholders, let us all continue to play our roles for the success of the education system. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. The other colleague PSS who were here yesterday will be arriving and we will recognize them as they come in. Dr. Beatrice Inyangala, Principal Secretary for Higher Education. My brother Dennis Yetu.Day, Head of Presidential Special Projects and Creative Economy, County Leadership Chairpersons,
and CEOs of state corporations, development and industry partners, ministry officials and other education stakeholders, students, trainees and leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. When Kenya attained independence in 1963, the country inherited a relatively small technical education system designed largely to support the economy through artisan and intellectual training. At that time, Kenya had only a handful of technical institutions, among them the Kabete Technical School, now Kabete National Polytechnic, which had originally been established in 1922 as the nation's depot. The institutions mainly produce artisans and technical manpower required to support a young and developing economy. Technical education at the time was therefore associated more with survival skills and ways of employment than innovation. Technical vocational education and training in Kenya has changed fundamentally. TVET is no longer viewed as a peripheral component of education system. It is increasingly becoming one of the country's most strategic platforms for economic transformation, industrial productivity, youth employment, and global labor competitiveness. Indeed, as His Excellency President Dr. William Samoei Ruto aptly stated during the TVET centenary celebrations, if education is the key, then TVET is the master key. Ladies and gentlemen, today young Kenyans are increasingly joining TVET not because they lacked opportunity elsewhere, as was the case before, but because it is within technical skills development, innovation, relevance, and employability. To the secondary school learners present here today, TVET and university pathways are complementary. Kenya needs both research and practical competence, and every learner should choose the path that best matches their talent, purpose, and future ambition. To young people currently not in education, employment, or training, TVET offers a practical route back into opportunity with modular that allow flexible entry, progression, certification, and dignified exit into work. That perhaps remains the clearest evidence of transformation. When a pathway once viewed as an alternative increasingly becomes at a pathway of ambition, productivity, dignity, and national pride. That is the spirit we in the State Department for TVET celebrate this Madaraka Day under the theme, Education, Skills, and the Future. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to cut it there at this moment, but we will speak more of what we are offering and what we are and what must be as a future of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, if there is any space that is going to babysit this country to Singapore, it is the education space. Let us all take it with the seriousness with which we must. I thank you.
Thank you so very much, Madam PS Dr. Esther Muoria, the PS State Department for TVET. We are about to transition to the panel discussions, but just like the Wajir girls verse was redone as a special request, we are also requesting that we replay that documentary for TVET so that we sync, we internalize, we realize what TVET is, where we have come and where we are headed. Remember, the destination is Singapore, and TVET and the Ministry of Education are at the forefront of that. So DJ, kindly play that documentary as the panelists get ready for the next move. We will invite them after the documentary has been done. Kindly play the documentary.
Opportunity. Today, however, a remarkable transformation is taking shape. From Northeastern National Polytechnic in Garissa to Sabatia TVC in Vihiga, Weru TVC in Malindi, Chuka TVC in Tharakanithi, Kasarani TVC in Nairobi, Turkana Central TVC in Lodwar, and Nachu TVC in Kiambu, a new generation of institutions is emerging, modern, attractive, and equipped for the future.
Sisi tunataka vijana wakuje hapa, tuko na equipment ya kuwafundisha, tuko pesa ya kuwalipia, wakuje wasome ujuzi, taaluma hiyo yote wanatafuta, ndio tuwapange na ajira tukienda mbele.
TVET is no longer operating at the margins of education. It is now at the center of Kenya's economic transformation.
TVETs are no longer a second place pathway for training. What we have in the Ministry of Education now are different pathways. And anybody should be able to progress to the pathway that is befitting for each and every one of us.
If education is the key, then TVET is the master key.
Since the coming into office of the Kenya Kwanza administration, TVET training has undergone a major shift. Institutions once seen as second choices are now centers of innovation, industrial excellence, and entrepreneurship. The government has deliberately positioned the TVETs as engines of industrialization by producing a skilled and competitive workforce for both local and global markets. The numbers tell their story. This surge has been driven by deliberate government interventions aimed at making training affordable and accessible. Annual fees have been reduced from 105,000 Kenya shillings to about 67,189 shillings, allowing thousands of young Kenyans from humble backgrounds to access technical education. At the same time, the government has heavily invested in infrastructure and modernization. New institutions are being built across constituencies with the goal of establishing a TVET in all the 290 constituencies. Modern workshops, digital classrooms, laboratories, and advanced equipment are steadily replacing outdated facilities. Trainees are no longer being prepared for today's jobs using yesterday's tools.
We are here now as the first line training area where we train with an outcome in mind. We are training from industry, with industry, for the industry. And therefore, we are looking into eventually training every young people with an end in mind.
Through partnerships with industries and international stakeholders, students are gaining hands-on experience using globally competitive technologies. The rollout of the competency-based education and training curriculum has further strengthened the practical learning by focusing on competence and employable skills. Trainees can now progress through certified modules and enter the job market with relevant skills even before completing full courses.
We have a lot of students who are interested in the competency-based education and training. One thing, they are not being kept in college for so long. Once you have acquired the competence that you want to acquire, you are released to go and work. This is an opportunity for us to showcase to the world what the TVET is able to do and why it is the way to go. It's not a second option, it is the first option As we are talking about Singapore, it is TVET that will take us to Singapore. We will make Kenya to Singapore.
You know, the journey to Singapore is a journey that we all must move. Every Kenyan should be on the way to Singapore. The presidency is leading us to Singapore, and the roles of TVET SIDAC are actually enablers to the journey to Singapore.
Recognition of prior learning has also expanded opportunities for artisans in the informal sector. Skilled workers from garages, workshops, farms, and construction sites are now being assessed and certified for the competencies they already possess. So far, more than 6,400 artisans have been certified through TVET institutions, including 1,100 artisans from Kakuma refugee camp. For many, this has restored dignity to skill and opened the doors to employment, enterprise growth, and global opportunities.
The CS Treasury directed that all institutions in TVET that have got automotive equipment should be registered as garages. And I'm happy to announce that now we have got about 5 already registered by camera, who are the regulators of garages in Kenya. And therefore we are going to have the government vehicles being repaired, being done in the TVET institutions.
So far, produced many students out there with quality skills that they are using maybe at place of employment or self-employment.
The impact of these reforms is already visible. More than 9,500 trainees have secured jobs abroad through industrial linkages and dual training programs. Kenyan TVET graduates are now working in manufacturing, construction, healthcare, hospitality, and engineering across different countries. Others are establishing businesses and creating jobs for fellow youth, proving that TVETs are producing not only job seekers, but job creators.
I'm an alumni of Nkabune Technical Training Institute, where I pursued a diploma in food and beverage production, where you will train for the courses and finish and come out here and deploy yourself as an entrepreneur.
I am a graduate, former student at Northeastern National Polytechnic. There I did electrical and electronic engineering diploma. Immediately I finished, immediately I graduate. I start my own business. And also I come up with a company that deals with the electrical and electronic engineering.
Welcome to PC Kinyanjui. My name is Alvin Budavila. I am a student, a mechanical engineer student. Sahi nikimaliza shule mimi najua hapo hivyo nje with the kidogo skills yenye nimepata hapa hivi na pale, editing, kuingia into Wajir club, doing stuff hapa na pale online, mambo pale, unajua pesa iko huku hivi online mbaya sana. Hapa hivi nje mimi nikitoka mimi siwezi sota wala.
I pursued a diploma in ICT and currently working at Salkan Hotel as an IT support.
Technology and innovation are also becoming central within the TVET ecosystem. The introduction of Yetu.Day digital labs has expanded access to ICT training, online jobs, and digital skills for students and surrounding communities.
We appreciate that AI is here with us. Time has come for us now to sensitize trainers that there are actually facilitators in classroom, there are facilitators in the lab, there are facilitators in their workshops. So we are increasingly encouraging them to use AI because trainees are using AI. We cannot run away from AI.
Many institutions are also embracing green energy through solar-powered systems, preparing trainees for opportunities in sustainable energy and green technology industries.
PC Kinyanjui is a center of excellence in renewable energy and energy efficiency. Solar installation is, it was actually a directive from the ministry to try to cut on the bills that we are paying for power because of the machines. So we are among the first institutions to implement the directive, and we've fully gone solar. We trained 1,047 solar and PV installers from across all the TVET institutions in the country.
Inclusivity remains a key pillar of the transformation agenda. Institutions such as Machakos Technical Institute for the Blind, St. Joseph's for the Deaf in Sikri, and Karen Institute continue to demonstrate that disability is not inability. Trainees with special needs are actively participating in technical training and producing items such as shoes, cabro blocks, and textiles while competing equally with others.
The best man to employ is a deaf person, especially the deaf. You know, we have different disabilities where you have the blind, but we train the deaf, so the deaf are the best. Because when it comes to working, they concentrate. They don't have to hear a sound from somewhere making a lot of noise, no.
Beyond academics, TVET institutions are nurturing talent in sports, arts, and innovation. Trainees are representing Kenya in international competitions and developing innovations that solve real societal challenges. These institutions are steadily becoming hubs of creativity, invention, and excellence. The transformation of TVET in Kenya is more than an education reform. It is a national economic and social revolution. As Kenya celebrates Madaraka Day under the theme Education, Skills and the Future, the progress in TVET institutions stands as clear evidence that the country is investing in its greatest resource, its people.
As we celebrate, this is Madaraka Day, and we're glad to see that the theme is education, skills, and looking at the future. And this couldn't have been timely because we are at a stage where within the education ecosystem, and thanks again to the reforms that we have seen, we're looking at an education system that supports the current needs and also the anticipated needs of the labor market.
The future will not be built by certificates alone. It will be built by competence, skills, and innovation, by young people who can design, weld, code, construct, repair, cook, farm, create, and compete with the world. Across Kenya, in workshops, laboratories, innovation hubs, farms, factories, and digital spaces, that future is no longer being imagined. It is already under construction. TVET is not the alternative. TVET is the master key.
Juu sana bendera yetu Kenya. Sana bendera yetu
the core mandate, it is something which has been developed and powered by artificial intelligence, which
the government through the Ministry of Education, State Department for TVET, Madam PS, Dr. Moria, has really been trying to capacitate the TVET trainers and TVET institution to take on artificial intelligence and see how it can be able to take the TVET institution to the next level. With us here, we want to demo on how this robot is working. It is called a CasaBot, whereby how do we promote the green pedagogy in our TVET institution to be able to bring about the learner-centered environment towards the sustainable future. For you, you come to the robot, it is able to sense who is in front of it, then it will be able to greet you. Once it has greeted you, it is supposed to give you something which it has. So for now, it has greeted this gentleman. Then once you move closer, it is able to give you some documents. We can put it in different places in our institutions, whereby it can be able to deliver even a prospectus, can be able to attend to our clients, our customers, and that is what our PSC is really pushing for in the TVET sector. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Reinhard. I am a student at Kasaran Technical and Vocational College. I study computer science. I came up with this idea and we are doing it here right now. This is the power of artificial intelligence, and I like it when I hear our co-leaders advocating this much. So it can work in various instances. For example, it can work in a hotel. It is able to take an order, it is able to move, and it is able to act, and it can talk to someone directly. And another thing, it can also stand as a teacher. For example, right now, it can stand in as a teacher. It is able to navigate. You can ask it 10 questions, it can answer you. And so it's not a must for a teacher to be in class so that the students can be taught. So it gives the real human vibe, because it can work within it can detect someone, and when you ask it a question, it can definitely answer you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all, and I'm very excited.
Nanderemo wazalendo tukasare vako za beberu we are freedom fighter niko free filanga cheki around vile wa Kenya tumejipanga tunapendana kama ndugu tunajengana kushikana ndio mambo tunaduka wangwana ipeperushwe juu sana bendera yetu Kenya ipeperushwe juu sana sisi wa Kenya tunaweza Kenya hutantana
Carry my coffee as we thank you.
Niaje taka kuwekelea mawe kidogo. So culture, these are the people who have entertained us today. Culture, come with your teacher kindly. Culture are you there? Okay. Do we have a volunteer 06? That is culture. Is Hodhan there? Yeah, please come with your students.
Juu sana bendera yetu Kenya ipeperushwe juu sana trio mio sisi wa Kenya.
Hao wengine wajipange. Culture volunteer na mwalimu wa Wajir girls. At least the girls I've dealt with, mwalimu wa Wajir girls. Culture together with your teacher.
Raya Bariani clean patriot before Mariga Bebe Champions League cause I'm pepe kumboka nasikia ripoti magari zinapita jumbaka moja ni nguvu si uishiki Harambee lazima magoti mapaja ndo upate mguu kaka Mkenya halisi nasikia ifiche inaonekana kwa rahisi mboka inapigwa vile inafando vile naishi tutamu kuona vijana wajenga nchi juu sana bendera yetu Kenya ipeperushwe juu sana sisi wa Kenya tunaweza Kenya hutantana.
Hi, you guys just face me. Face the other way. Yeah. Congratulations for your performance. I want to buy you guys lunch. I want to give each of you 500 shillings. Sindio? 15. So who is the head of the students? I don't want to give the teacher. I want to give you the teacher. I will do you. That's 15. You give everyone 500 shillings. Clap for yourselves. Yeah, Mwalim. Mwalim, this 5,000 shillings for you. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much. You can go enjoy and have lunch. Asanteni.
Yeah, Wajir East also was part of the team. I don't know whether you were given the name. Wajir East TVC.
Kenya wote simama, simama, wewe shujaa simama.
Volunteer 06, are you there? Volunteer 06. Okay, hold on.
Simama, wewe shujaa simama. Nchi yangu, jukumu langu, mimi ni shujaa, shujaa. Najivunia taifa langu, mimi ni shujaa, shujaa. Simama, Wakenya wote simama. Simama, wewe shujaa. Simama, Wakenya.
Let's face me, guys. Face me. Hi, how you guys? Are you doing? Yeah. So, you guys have performed well. I want to give each of you 500 shillings to go have lunch for your performance. No? So, who is the head? Who is going to take this? You. Okay. You're going to give each of these guys 500 bob. Sindio, thank you very much for Mwalim. I'm going to give you 5,000 shillings for that training. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. You can go enjoy.
Sote kwa pamoja, jukumu langu, mimi ni shujaa, shujaa. Najivunia taifa langu, mimi ni shujaa, shujaa. Simama, Wakenya.
There is that volunteer, Wajir East. There is Wajir girls and the teacher, kindly.
Sana kuijenga jamii, iwe ni jua kali hatujali, Kenya ni nyumbani na.
I want you guys, I dealt with you when you're performing at least, so I wanted you to escort your teacher so that I can also have your teacher for training you, right? Thank you very much, Mwalim. At least hawa niliwabaia lunch. Sasa wako sawa. Thank you very much. What was the other school? Volunteer TV. The broadcast from Volunteer TV. Okay. Can I have the TVET choir? The TVET choir. Okay. Can I have Wajir East TVC? Latin. Wajir East TVC.
Mama, wewe shujaa simama. Nchi yangu, jukumu langu, mimi ni shujaa.
Mko fiti? So nani napewa ido? Nani tunaekelea mawe? Hawa say wote you give them 500 shillings. Alafu trainer ni nani? Bado yeye ndio trainer. Hii ni yako. So hiyo ni ya kushare kwa wase, hiyo ni yako. Thank you very much. God bless.
Kenya yetu ni beautiful, mazingira mazuri colorful. Kwa Kenya ni watu wonderful. Proud to be Kenya na beautiful. Moto wetu ndio nguvu yetu. Ni nguvu yetu. Toa heshima marafiki.
I'm told that was Wajir East that has come, the TVET choir. So, each of you, 5. Mwalimu, utatembea Yvonne, atakupatia yako, hiyo ni ya students. Yvonne, you'll see mwalimu outside there. So, thank you very much. Volunteer TV. Volunteer TV.
Kujituma kuchapa kazi plus na bidii, tunapambana sana kuijenga jamii. Iwe ni jua kali hatujali, Kenya ni nyumbani na sihami. Bidii yangu, jukumu langu, naijenga nchi yangu. Hatuchagui kazi, kazi ni kazi.
Hello. How many was the team for Volunteer TV? 6, but they look more. Just hesabu again. Hata wale wako bora wako hapa hawezi kuja hapa alafu useme uta reward 6. We reward all of them. So just count them again. So we are 13. So I'll give each of you some 500 shillings to go and have lunch for the students. Then for the teacher, for Mwalim, 5,000 shillings to go and do your stuff. Thank you very much. Be blessed. Oh, no, and the teacher, there's another 5. Mwalim, thank you very much. Asante sana. We had the group that was here. We had some teachers. We said we'll be dealt with Yvonne. Let me deal with the teachers now. Are they here? Have they left? The 2 teachers. The teacher was TVC. TVC, the teacher, the trainer. The students we dealt with is a trainer we had not dealt with.
maankay ruuxda ruuxlaynayo ruuxda tabdo waan raagsadee raadiya yarta raadiya.
The robot team that has just left the stage. The robot team.
maankay ruuxda ruuxlaynayo ruuxda tabdo waan raagsadee.
Mateo Jama 5,000. 5,000. We looked after lunch. No. I want to fire, see fire.
Thank you so much for that generosity. Talent matters and talent pays. Thank you so much. So we're going to do an energizer as we transition to the next level, which is panel discussions. Kalito, where are you? Give us an energizer, please.
Wae manisoma, wacha niwasalimie lugha ya nyumbani. Najua kama umefika hapa, mimi najua wengi wenu hamjafika hapa. Hii ndo mara ya kwanza. Mlikuwa mkisikia Wajir mnaanza kusema Wajir boda. Huko unasikianga kuna tu. Ndio? Huko unasikianga tu, lakini this is very peaceful town, very peaceful county. Hata unaweza lala nje usiulizwe kitu. Labda ule mtu atakuuliza kitu ni wale the boys in uniform wakuulize mbona unalala hapa. Yes, lakini watu wengine watakuwa hawakuulizi kitu. Karibuni sana Wajir County. This is the land of milk and honey. Muji enjoy. Na hapa kuna nyesha jua. Instead of mvua. Kwa wengi wenu mmetoka Nakuru, Nanyuki, Nyahururu. Mnaona ni mvua kila wakati, lakini hapa hakuna nyesha jua. Ukiona umekuja na sweta, hiyo sweta yako weka kwa briefcase, utarudi nayo kwenu. Ama namna gani? Lakini hapa tunavaa kamisi, wengine wetu wanaona wamevaa kikoi. Ukienda kwa hizi maduka unaweza ukanyakua yako moja ya 500. ndio basi ujisikie huko nyumbani, uitwe hata Abdullahi Hassan na kitu kama hiyo, si ndivyo bana? Kwa hivyo tunasema asante sana. Education Forum inaenda mzuri sana, wa MC anatupeleka vizuri. Hebu DJ danto moja, ile danto moja unaweka wapi? Hii timu ya kuna ile timu ya TVET wako wapi? Walikuwa wameitisha danto, nataka waingie dakika moja tuweze kuburudika. Unajua tukikaa sana tunachoka na wale walikuwa wanapeana bolga makapi waweze kuwaenda watu wasikie njaa bwana, wakule lunch vizuri. DJ twende wapi hiyo timu ya TVET tafadhali, dakika 2 tuingie haraka. Sogala wapi makofi tafadhali students. Hii ni siku ya elimu, basi lazima elimu. Ukitaka inchi, ukitaka kumaliza inchi, basi wewe funga mambo ya elimu, na ukitaka kujenga inchi ifike Singapore, inua elimu juu. Haya, ingia. Wapi hiyo timu yako mwalimu? Wanaomba ile song of their choice, wanaomba song of their choice waweze kupanda. Haya, unaweza panda hapa juu, ndio basi wageni wetu waone. Hii ni cultural dance, hii wanaenda hivi kingamia. Mgeni wetu ukiona wanafanya kichwa hivi, hiyo ni ishara tuko na ngamia mingi sana. Hai, tufanye haraka tafadhali. So below. Gala hata nyinyi mmetisha. Aya below haraka dhaqso. Daqiiqada waa 2. Tiriga. Haya, twende kazi. Tuwa support sasa, tuwa support. Mkono, twende kazi. Tande. Mheshimiwa Dennis, unaweza ukajiunga hata ujifunze 1 2. PS hata wewe kama unajisikia kidogo, lazima mwili ichemuke moto ama namna gani? Ukikaa ni sawa, lakini twende student, ndio hiyo. Twende. Hai. Dey honoi. Wakukaa, hiyo ni ishara ya ngamia. Hai. This is the part. Chailka tumar tanka dortay durduro ho chailka tanka dortay durduro ho chailka. Hey, tiriga alla tiriga tere tiriga. Asante sana. Thank you very much DJ pull up. Zawadi, kujeni. Wale wamedansa, zawadi kutoka Honorable amesema 500 ya soda kila mmoja wenu. Sawa Asanteni. Wapi makofi yao tafadhali? Hiyo makofi haijatosha jamani. Hata makofi bana, uchoyo. Kupiga mkono, usimusiweke uchoyo. Hebu mara moja nisikie bana. Inaweza haiwezi. Inchi yetu itafikia Singapore na ipite, haiwezi. Asante sana, tunasema rais wetu Daktari William Samoei Ruto na wale idara yote inafanyisha hii mambo ikuwe successful. We say thank you very much. MC kwako.
Thank you so much for that dance. Now the first phase we are done. We want to go to the next level, and that will be panel discussions. I want to invite Director Tom Olango, who will be able to take over from here. My name, as I sign off, is Kennedy Karo. I'm a Senior Deputy Secretary at the Department for TVET. Nakbuni sana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kerario. Tumpigie makofi. As we transition to the next session, I would like to invite the following panelists to come forward to take us through the session. I would wish to invite the Secretary of TVET, Mr. Joseph Njau. Let us clap for him as he comes forward. Mr. Njau is going to be joined by the Chief Executive Officer of TVET SIDAC, Professor Kisilu Kitainge. Let us clap for him as he comes forward. Also joining the panelists is the CEO of Kenya National Qualifications Authority, Dr. Alice Kande. Let us clap for her as she comes forward. Also joining the panel discussion today is the Chair of Kenya Association of Technical Training Institutions, Mr. Shadrach Tunui. Let us clap for him as he comes forward. And at this point, I would like to find out if we also have a representative from the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry also to come forward. Let us clap for him. I would also want to invite the representative of Technical and Vocational Technical Education and Training Authority, Mr. Kipkemoi Samuel, to come forward. Let us clap for him. Now, in the interest of time, I'm not going to say anything, but I would like to invite the Principal Secretary for TVET to make her keynote remarks before we begin the session. Welcome, Madam Principal Secretary. Let us clap for Madam Principal Secretary as she comes forward. Okay.
Thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen. As I wait for my technology people to bring me the technology, let me say that one day, Dennis called me. Acha ningoje amalize na simu ndio asikie vile nataka kusema. Dr. Kanyiwa is done and she has the technology. Oh, it's being screened. It's being screened. Oh, I thought I was going to have mine. So Dennis, I was saying that one day you called me. No wonder you are very interested in this robot. And Dennis asked me, Esther, why hasn't TVET gone straight forward into technology and doing his things technologically? I told him, my brother, wait. We still have mambo mingi hapa chini we want to put right. We wanted to adopt transformation before we can go into absolute technology. And we are now there, almost. And I have just told Dennis, because I know where he comes from, that I have challenged the guys from where he comes from because they happen to be rice growing. And I wish the principal for DIA, for Kirinyaga Central, all those people, I challenge them to get together and come up with robots that are going to have wheels to walk across the rice fields. And this principal of Madenge was there when we were having that conversation. That are going to walk across rice fields, chasing the birds. Because right now, the people who chase the birds are the ladies, women. And you know, me, I want women to go to the market, wakatengenezwe nywele, wakatengenezwe makucha, sio kushinda huko kwa mashamba, wakichase birds. No! Women cannot be doing this kind of work when technology can do it. So I have challenged them, Dennis, and you can hold me responsible for this because you are even in the president's office. That we are going to have robots walking across the fields chasing birds. When robots chase birds, the women can go to the market and do those things I have told you. And wear nice clothes. Sio kushinda kwa mashamba. Wacha technology ifanye hiyo kazi. And I am looking forward. Catherine, uende ukalie hao maprincipal wenzako. Hiyo robot itoke, ikae huko kwa field. I've also asked Dennis, these principles of mine, why, when I was a child, we were carrying those knapsacks and spraying coffee. And of course, having to deal with all those, you know, chemicals. Why is the same thing being done today when I am now old? We want to have robots which will go through the coffee, see coffee kona malaini. Wacha robots itembe huko spray coffee. Are we together? Technology, hoye! Technology, fire, sio fire. Yes. Wacha coffee ikue sprayed by robots, sindio? Wacha birds ikue chased by robots, wanawake waende wakatengeneze nywele. Ladies and gentlemen, I want now to take you into the TVET department, which derives its mandate from TVET Act 2013, which established its legal actions. Next. Competency-based education and training career was fully rolled in September 2023. And at that date, we said we are not going to train anybody on theories. We exited decisively to competency-based, where we are saying we are going to train in workshops and in laboratories. And therefore, chief guests from September 2023, we exited and we decided we are going to train from industry, with industry, for industry. In other words, this talk of people saying that the graduates are not good enough, we had to get out of there. Therefore, we are developing curricula with industry, the OSS from industry, the curricula from industry, and then we co-train. So that today, TVET students are being trained 30 to 70% in industry and 30 to 50% within the institutions. So that we are training with the industries. And then, by the time they are through, they can transit straight into industry. In other words, in TVET, we want to train with the end in mind. We want to train for output, for outcome, not output. When we graduate 1,000 students, where are they going to? That is the pertinent question in TVET. And therefore, we want an output where we are able to say that out of these 1,000 students, and Dennis, on 5th, we are going to, which institution? Sabatia. And we are going to Sabatia with industrialists who want to take so many of our graduates on 5th. So we will be in Sabatia. We have already given them the list of the graduates, and we want them to tell us who exactly do they want from there. And we will be with them in Sabatia on 5th, because we want to train with industry, for industry. Let them go now to work. So we will be there in Sabatia, and we will be telling the employers, pick the people, whether they are plumbers, whether they are hospitality, whoever, and we have already sent them the list so that they are able to pick the people that they want. So we are not just training people so that they go home. They graduate and go home. Wanaenda nyumbani wapi? And Dennis, this is the pertinent question we have to ask ourselves as government. Whether university or TVET, we cannot be training people. We go to big graduation ceremonies and then people go home. Wanaenda wapi? And we are the government. We are the people who are supposed to determine where these children end up. And we are only going to be able to do that if we are training them requisitely for them to be required by the industries. And that is what we want to do. And after we exited there, ladies and gentlemen, we have enrollment jumping from 300,000 to 800,000. And we have over 2,500 companies who are directly working with us so that we are training for those industries. We have partnered with 4 major employment associations. You can see them there. And we have secured more than 9,500 jobs abroad. These are the ones who have gone for Kazi Maju, including those who have gone to UK. I think the UK one's about 2,500 to the UK for agricultural jobs. We have 35,000 trainees in local communities that are being trained in the Yetu.Day labs. We have already been able to net in about 41 million in the Yetu.Day labs, and so that 6,400 skilled workers are, no, those ones are the ones from the refugee. So we are not only concentrating on the people who are down the country, but even in the refugee camps, we are making sure we are skilling them through RPL. So I've already said this, that now 63 years down the road, after we got independence, I have already said, we want to train from industry. Hii mambo ya kushinda tukiambiwa na industry ate we are releasing half-baked graduates tumekataa. So we are saying kujeni industry. Kuja mtuambie mnataka nini, tuna craft na wao. Haya, tunaanza kuwasomesha. We train them, we tell them 70%. Let them be out there. Let them not be in class. In fact, Dennis, in TVET now, we do not have classrooms. My principals are here. We have workshops and laboratories so that everybody is doing what they must do as practically as possible. Because mambo ya theory ati you have a whole classroom training communication skills. Hapana. Let the communication for mechanical engineers be ingrained in mechanical engineering training. Let the communication of hairdressers, you know, buying tumors for mechanical engineering and buying hair to put on my head is not the same thing. So can we differentiate even what communication you are training some people? You know, training an engineer like Jao here, communication, and training me are very different things. Huyo unajua hata kuongea ni shida. Na mimi, you don't even need to start me, or I've started talking before you tell me what you are supposed to talk about. So can we identify who is who and train them with the soft skills that befits the crafts that we are talking about? So I've already said that we are co-developing our curricula with industry, and Professor Ketange is here. Dennis, this man, is in charge of our curriculum development, assessment, and certification council, because we exited, what is the other one called? NEC, we at the others. Okay, we exited others. Well, Rudiapo. So, Dennis, by June this year, all our institutions will be solarized. We want to exit the grid completely. So some institutions have already exited the grid, and as we exit the grid, we are also training solar PV technicians so that they are able to, and we are doing this with KCB, thanks be to them. They have allowed us to use half of what we were using before on the grid to pay them back for their salaries. So by June this year, we will be all green in our institutions, and therefore we are able to also easily use our machinery. We are also training in sheep shearing and meat cutters. The other day, Dennis, somebody came and asked us for how many meat cutters were we supposed to? 1,000 to where? To Poland. 1,000 meat cutters to Poland. Huku mko na ng'ombe mingi sana. We didn't have the meat cutters. 1,000 to Poland. We didn't have. Hiyo job ikaenda hivyo. So that is why we said we want to listen to the industry very closely. Wakituambia wanataka meat cutters, tunakuja huku, tunachukua meat cutters, we RPL them, we give them certificates, tunawapeleka Poland. Na Mungu anabaki kuwa Mungu. Ship sharing, maritime skills, Dennis, that is what we are concentrating on. Last week I met 3 cruise ship owners with whom we agreed on how we are again going to, as much as possible, fly our graduates to the marine space. And Dennis, what we are lacking here is what we call that certificate, SID. STWC, that one we are already training at the Coast National Polytechnic. We now have, at WA, we now have a campus with deep diving pools. So we are going to be able to train STWC. But there is an SID, Dennis, SID. Seafarer's ID is what we are lacking, and that is what is going to slow us down a bit. But thanks be to Joy. Where is Joy? Dennis, this girl, utampatia kitu, uyu. Unaona hii za tamaire manguo amevaa. Ate ya corset na TVET. Uyu is my TVET star. She is the one who very actively looked for those seafarers. Wakaji wachana na Dennis, I'm talking to him. Ngoja Dennis, utampatia baadaye. Hata nitakualau muone nyuma ya curtains, lakini hiyo tuta. This girl, mtu usimuone ako short hivi usikie kuda. She went and looked for those seafarers, brought them to my office, and we had a candid discussion on how we are, even those seafarers will be with them in Sabatia on 5th, the seafarers, so that they pick the people they want on the cruise ships, and we will be able to flag them out there. So we are not working just for EVV too. And when I get such lieutenants, I am able to do a lot of work. Thank you, John. Sasa ona Dennis hapa, usimuone nyuma ya curtains. Unajua Dennis ana mtu nyumbani kwa hiyo. Next. We have partnered with more than 3,000 companies with TVET institution in workplace, and the message, industry is no longer just a consumer of graduates. It is a co-developer, co-trainer, and co-assessor in the TVET system. I think I've already said that. Next. Imeisha. We have said we are training for industry, employability, entrepreneurship, and productivity, and I think you saw that earlier in that whatever. Next, this is collaboration with industry. RPL, again, I think there isn't anybody who does not know about recognition of prior learning. Wewe, nandi wa kutoka hapa, and you are a meat cutter, and you don't have a certificate. Nione saa hii. Nikikaa chini unione saa hii. I'll link you with somebody who is going to assess you. We have already trained how many assessors? RPL assessors in the country. We have enough. We are going, why are you a meat cutter? Kuja unione. We are going to certify you, and you can go to where? Poland. This is how competent our graduates are. You can see that they operate advanced machinery, construction, ICT. In the affordable housing, Dennis, now have how many do we have in the affordable housing space? I don't have the figures. Affordable housing, we are full there. Digital space, we are full there. I've already talked about agriculture, including those we have already flown to the UK. There are about 3,000. We have flown them to the UK to get upskilled, and they come back better people than the way they went. So we are not talking about brain drain. We are talking about brain gain, because they come back better people. Healthcare, again, we are actively training in the space of healthcare, because we have many, many healthcare workers required across the world. Maritime, I've already talked about it, and I've already also talked about the solar, where we are training 1,000, where is PC Kinyanjui? 1,000 trainees per institution as we solarize that institution. Next. So, this is the future of TVET. Skilled hands, productive minds, a workforce which is powering Kenya to industrialization and one-time competence. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, we have now brought our curricula to a minimum of 6 months. Before it was 3 months, but we have now said 6 months. You are certified, you can go to the word of it. So when we talk about the future of Kenya, we are talking about TVET, because this is what we need. The people who are doing the doing to be able to babysit this country to Singapore. And that we are doing inadvertently. The only thing I've asked Dennis to do is, please, the funding model is very good. His Excellency, the President, came up with a funding model which is very good. But we, as a country, have not been able to properly fund the funding model. And my sister is here. So the funding model, if we get the scholarships that these young people need, the scholarship, we will be able to get all these young people to the TVET. So please, Dennis, piga ile masimu unapiganga, kwa sababu unapiganga mingi sana, turudishiwe hiyo funding properly, and these kids, all of them, will be able to skill them. As we have got whatever it takes. The government has constructed TVETs across the country. They have equipped them. Do you know, this year, by July, we will be start receiving more equipment worth 13 billion. So, because we have got the trainers, some of them who are here, we have got the institutions, we have got we have got the equipment, and we are getting more. What we are lacking is the space, the funding space, to keep these students in our institutions, and we will turn this country around. Thank you very much for listening to me, and may God bless you.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam PS. Let us clap for her once again. Wanafunzi hello. Wanafunzi hello. Munanisikia? Aya, wangapi wananisikia wainue mkono? Aya, very good. I would want you to maintain some degree of silence so that you hear from our distinguished panelists, because they have a lot of information for you. Before we proceed, I forgot also to invite our host, and that is the CEC responsible for education in Wajir County. Kindly clap for him as he comes. Karibu sana Waziri. Now, just to pick up from what the Principal Secretary has said, I would like to take this opportunity to invite the Secretary TVET to inform us on the vision of government for strengthening industry participation in competency-based education and training.
Hello. Thank you so much for that question. And allow me to start by saying that we cannot talk about competence-based education and training without talking about industry, because what the foundation of the competence-based education and training is actually the industry. This one, I know my brother, Professor Kitainge, is going to speak about it, but I wanted to say that the building block of the curricula starts from the industry. And that is why we are saying that we cannot talk about training in competence-based education and training without talking about industry. So the government vision, in as far as industrial training is concerned, is that in future we are looking at a situation whereby we are going to be having training industries in place of training institution in this country, so that every institution you're going to enter into is going to double up as a training ground and also as an industry. And towards this, the government has done a lot to ensure that we have the legal grounding as far as this one is concerned, because we have things like the dual training policy, which is speaking to the industrialization. We have the CBET policy speaking to the same. We also have, we are in the process of even developing what we are calling the K cards, that is the accumulation of credits policy and many others, to ensure that we are going to have that vision of getting training industries in place of training institution. And in short, I think I can say that is what we are looking at. And this is something we have already started, as my PS has already alluded to, because we have developed many memorandums of understanding with various industries, so that we are going to be developing the curriculum with the industry, training with the industry, assessing with them, and also certifying together with the industry. So in short, I can say that is the vision of the government, that we want to have training industries in place of training institutions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Secretary Tibet. Now that you mentioned Professor Kitainge, I would like to ask Professor to explain to us how important is industry involvement in the development of competence-based education and training curricula.
Thank you so much. Our peers, allow me first to acknowledge the presence of my VC, University of Eldoret. Thank you so much, sir. Industry in CBET training, industry in TVET is the foundation. The foundation of TVET training is industry, because we get the expectations of the person who is going to work from the space where he's going to work. So industry gives us what we call the occupational standards. The standard, the kind of behavior, the kind of roles and responsibilities we are expecting of the worker who is coming out of our training institution. Then industry in our curriculum development is represented by the sector skills advisory committees. There are different members from the different industries that we have in this country who sit with us to tell us, for a worker at this level, he or she should have the following characteristics. Then we craft our curriculum according to the characteristics that are required to perform in the workspace. Once we get the curriculum right, and we develop the training programs according to the industry, and we break down the attributes, the aspects in small bits that can be accommodated in the workspace, then we allow our institutions to train again with industry, within the industry standards, and also involving industry to check the quality of the process, the quality of the outcomes, to check the quality of even the assessment tools that are being developed. After training with industry, we come back still with industry to do the assessment, because assessment gives us the levels of performance that are expected of a person, so that the person can be called a master in a particular competence, and be called a proficient person in a particular competence, and that way we are sure what we are giving to the workspace fits the requirements of the workspace, and there's no need of retraining after being trained in our institutions. So TVET does the process of curriculum development, it does the process of competence assessment, and it does the process of certification. And of the certifications we certify, generally the training outcomes and also skills and competencies that have been achieved out of our training institutions. The ones who have learned their skills in the workspace. And we call that process the RPL. And we give them certificates that point to the kind of competence that which they can do. I am sure today all of us have interacted with somebody who has a skill which was never developed in a training institution. The person who made your bed where you came from, the person who did the windows, the person who did your house, the person who did the wonderful garments that we are in, some of them might have learned in the workspace. These are the people we need to empower so that they're able to participate in our economy, in our journey to Singapore.
Thank you very much, Professor. I want to move to the CEC of Wajir County, Mr. Mohamud Abdirahman. Mr. Abdirahman, how many industries do we have in Wajir? And even as you respond to that, what is the county government doing to ensure that the TVET institutions in Wajir County engage with the industry?
We have a total of 8 TVET centers across the country. The largest one being in Wajir East with an enrollment of 119. And we also expect the enrollment exercise is ongoing. We expect another 150 students, 190 students to join us in due course. 150 sponsored by Red Cross and 40 by Kenya Commercial Bank. The county government also is strengthening technical and vocational training through strategic partnership with communities, industry players, development partners, and the national government to ensure that training institutions produce skilled, competent, and employable graduates. The county government closely works with the local communities and community leaders to promote awareness on the importance of vocational training, especially among the youth, vulnerable youth, women, and persons with disability. Community engagement helps identify local skills and needs, improve enrollment in vocational training centers, and encourage ownership and support for TVET programs across the country. The county government collaborates with industry players, local business, private sectors, organizations to align training programs with the labor market demands. Through industrial attachments, internship, mentorship programs, and practical demonstrations, the trainees gain hands-on experience that improves employability and entrepreneurship opportunities. The county also encourages private sector support in the provision of equipment, sponsorships, and employment opportunities for graduates. In addition, the county partners with development partners, NGOs, and donor agencies to mobilize resources for infrastructural development, instructor training, scholarships, and acquisition of modern training equipment. These partnerships have contributed significantly to improving access, quality, and inclusivity in vocational training institutions. The county also maintains a strong collaboration with the national government agencies through agencies such as the National Industrial Training Authority, NITA. Actually, NITA is the examination body. They set the exam, mark, and give certificates to the graduates. And the State Department for TVET. But this partnership supports curriculum development. They support us with curriculum development, accreditation of courses, national examination certification, quality assurance, and capacity building for infrastructure. Joint programs also help standardize training and ensure that graduates meet national competency standards. Furthermore, the county government is promoting entrepreneurship and innovation by supporting exhibition, skills, and enterprise.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, CEC. We'll come back. Okay, okay.
In due course, I think in June, there will be 680 students who will graduate, 224 male and 459 female.
Thank you very much. While delivering her keynote address, the Principal Secretary for TVET talked about recognition of prior learning, and her remarks were further echoed by also the CEO of TVET SIDAC, Professor Kitainge. Now, this prompts me to ask the CEO of KNQA that how is KNQA supporting recognition of prior learning for workers with skills gained outside the formal education? Yes, Dr. Kande.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Our PSS, the Department for TVET, and also the Department for Higher Education, and all protocols observed. My name is Alice Kande, representing the Kenya National Qualifications Authority. Allow me to kindly mention that we also joined by the chairperson of the Kenya National Qualifications Authority, Honorable Stanley Kitis, is here with us. We also have the Director of Standards Alignment and Validation, Mr. Mohamed Noor, with us. Here, talking about how Kenya National Qualifications Authority facilitates recognition of prior learning. And as PS has rightly noted, recognition of prior learning is basically recognizing that learning happens not just in a classroom setup, anywhere, anytime. Should you find yourself in a space where you're acquiring a skill or a competence, then we have a mechanism in place where you're able for that competence to be identified, validated, assessed, and certified, and ultimately marked into what we call the Kenya National Qualifications Framework. So that depending on the extent to which one has demonstrated the competence and the skill that we have, then we can rightly indicate through a qualification awarding body that if assess this person and they're able to be marked probably at level 3, 4, 5, 6, where 6 is a diploma, and with that certificate, it would enable that person to progress probably to the higher levels or maybe even move to other pathways within the framework. Basically, the National Qualifications Framework, it is a 10 level. We say it is learning outcome-based qualifications framework. And the purpose for really articulating the levels is to ensure, like my colleague has rightly said, that when they work on curriculum informed by the occupational standards, and they're able to get the learning out, the curriculum, with very clear learning outcomes and level descriptors, then in all those 10 levels, we are able to tell exactly where do we map a certificate. And so for recognition of prior learning, it is one of the critical components that we have within the National Qualifications Framework that enables recognition of those skills and competences. And we're glad that in 2024 March, we were able to have that policy launched, and allow me to say that that was a policy that was developed by a multi-sectoral team, technical working committee, because as you would realize, the National Qualifications Framework cuts across from basic to TVET, to university, to industry training, and even professional training. So as we speak, the recognition of prior learning is not a concept embraced just within the TVET space. It is also within the university space, and we talked also with the universities. I am glad to see a number of universities here. We are also working with industry trainers as well. Of course, Rita has been on these as well, and also professional training as well. And so, with the policy in place, we are really indicating that it is possible to ensure that no qualification and no competence is really left unaccounted for. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much. I think we have dwelt a lot on the supply side. So I want us also to hear from the demand side. And that makes me ask a question to Mr. Abdi Nasir Abdi, who is also the chairman of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Wajir. My question to you is simple, Mr. Abdi Nasir. Are TVET graduates meeting industry expectations?
Thank you very much. My name's Abdinasir Kontoma. I'm the chair of Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. Yes, it is true that the question you asked is, are the TVET meeting the industry? Yes. For the industry to create more opportunity, they need practical exposure. That is through the internship, the industrial attachment, mentorship. I think those are the areas that we require. And then the second issue is the competence and the in our area, the most opportunities in the region that includes the competency, livestock value addition, business, leather and meat processing, entrepreneurship, digital market, and financial literacy and business management. So in the industries, most of it, those are the areas that are required in our areas, inshallah.
Thank you very much. Now I'm coming to the chair of Kenya Association of Technical Training Institutes, who is also the principal of Kesho Technical and Vocational College. Now, principal, in your view, what are the biggest gaps between training institutions and industry expectations today?
Yes, thank you so much. As said, my name is Shadrack Tanui, the principal, Kesho Township Technical and Vocational College, and also the national chair, Kenya Association of Technical Training Institutions. This is a professional formation that actually supports and advances the agenda of the government when it comes to quality TVET training, and we are a friend of government. So before I continue, probably allow me to recognize my my colleague principals who came from away from Wajir, actually to join us in this preparation for the Madaraka celebration. Probably, maybe they can stand up wherever they are. These are the foot soldiers of Madam PS, who wherever they are, really they are doing us proud in terms of TVET training. You can sit down. Thank you so much. So back to the question. Indeed, we appreciate the fact that we are doing well as a country when it comes to the TVET training, and particularly in the era of 4.0 industrial revolution. As we have celebrated the 100 years of TVET in 2024, right now we are 63 years after independence, and now we are celebrating also the 63. I mean, this is also another year that is very key in terms of coming to this region, also to support the region when it comes to the TVET training. So there seems actually to be a number of issues or gaps that exist when it comes to the link between the industry and the TVET training. Number one actually is borrowed from the opening remarks from our peers, the funding. Our peers ably actually say that the funding model is very noble, it's very ideal, but the challenge comes in when it comes to the implementation of the same. The delay in the disbursement of scholarship and the capitation, really, when we look at the structure of the curriculum, it is practical intensive. It is highly practical intensive. As we came from the departure where the theories were much and now where the practicals are, in terms of the delay in capitations and scholarship, there can be a challenge when it comes to bringing quality that can actually match with what the industry requires. The second one is about the technological change. We recognize, and actually I can borrow from quote from Alexander De Croo, former Prime Minister of Belgium, who says that industrial revolution brings about learning revolution. So where we are today, we are at an age where technology is changing rapidly, very fast. So in that, then, wherever there is a change in the technology, even where the industry also are much ahead with the technology, then where we are in the institution where we are actually dealing with the training and the skilling of the youth, then there is supposed to be a match. And so far we are doing well, but at least then the technology as it changes, just like when it comes to applying for the certificate of good conduct. By the time you are receiving the certificate of good conduct, already it has expired because there could be new narrative of who an individual is. So then also when it comes to the technology, by the time we are obtaining equipments for today's technology, already there is a new technology coming into place in the next few weeks, few months, or even few years. So there is need for have commensurate or corresponding technology and even skilling also in our institutions to match up with actually what the industry requires. The other one is infrastructure. Infrastructure that we do have in our institutions, and also compared with the enrollment that is increasingly growing. Today we talk about 837,000 trainees in our TVET institutions. And the target, the government's target from the State Department of TVET is 2 million before the end of the year. So it calls upon us now to also have adequate equipment, adequate infrastructure. We are moving away from the classrooms now to the workshops. And so these workshops are required much in good now, in our institution so that we can be able to implement actually this particular curriculum and also to fit also to the needs of the industry. The other one I should also talk about is the issue or that brings about the mismatch in the industry is the presence of the industry in respective regions. We talk about Wajir, for example. We could probably be having limited number of industries that can actually allow our trainees from Ramu TVC, from Wajir East TVC, Wajir South TVC, and also Tarbaj TVC, and among others. So should we have more industries? Should we have investors coming into place? Then it can open up spaces for us to allow our trainees actually to fit and to go into the industry and practice as per the curriculum that is in place.
Thank you very much, the Chair of KATI. During your presentation, you mentioned skills mismatch. And this one brings about the thought around a blame game, where the demand side appears to be blaming the supply side. And as such, I want to throw a question to Triveta, who are responsible for quality. Do you involve industry in your quality process? And if you do, how? Over to you, Triveta.
Indeed, the TVET authority involves industry in its regulatory processes. The TVET Act 2013 and other national policies mainstream the role of industry in TVET. What the authority does first is to translate these laws, regulations, and policies into standards and guidelines. We have very critical standards and guidelines that guides the relationship between TVET and industry. This is the dual TVET standards and guidelines, which is based on the training policy. We also have the competency-based education and training that guides curriculum development, curriculum delivery and assessment, and also mainstreams the role of industry in that process. As a regulator, during the development of our standards, we also invite the industry to help us validate these standards. Secondly, we also bring in professional bodies when we are doing our regulatory activities. There are institutions which are unique, those offering medical courses, which we may not have the expertise. So we bring on board professional bodies like the National Council, the Pharmacy Board, the Clinical Council, so that they can now give us the skills and also guide us on what an institution would be required. We have established working relations with industry as well. During our last national skills competition, which was part of the World Skills Competition in Lyon, France in 2024, we worked together with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and other industry representatives like the Kenya Association of Manufacturers to make sure training. There's a valuable training sector because whatever is produced in Kenya goes to industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have mentioned the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And in that regard, I would like to know once again from Abdi, how can the industry support TVET institutions, especially in Wajir County?
Thank you very much. You are asking, I think, about how does
how the industry can support TVET institutions, especially in Wajir County.
Okay, I think the industry can, the TVET can support through training, giving them skills.
Sorry, I mean the industry. How can the industry support the TVET institutions?
Okay.
In Wajir County, yes.
Yes, I think for us, we are supporting by, I think for the last 6 months, we have trained over 2,000 youth on the skills, especially on the financial literacy, money management, entrepreneur, business development, bookkeeping, digital illiteracy, market leakages, customer care, business communication, planning. So far, we have been training from 18 to 35 youth who are 70% of women are women from 18 to 35. So we are doing training so far, and we have trained 2,435 SMEs. That's how we can support, inshallah.
Thank you very much. At this point in time, I want to go to KNQA, that is the Kenya National Qualifications Authority, and seek to find out from the CEO, what is KNQA doing to ensure that the Kenyan TVET qualifications are recognized regionally and internationally?
Thank you once again, our moderator. And a very good and timely question just after PS has rightly talked about how well our graduates from TVET space are earning some good spaces beyond our boundaries. The Kenya National Qualifications Framework is not just a policy instrument for our national space. In as much as we call it a national qualifications framework, the purpose of the National Qualifications Framework is to ensure that it speaks with other qualifications framework beyond our borders. And of course, we do agree that currently we can see that our borders have become very fluid. And the beauty is that our people, especially the youth, are actually moving with skills and competences. And so the question and the facilitation that the Kenya National Qualifications Framework then gives into or plays in here provide what we would call a diplomatic anchor for that skill and competence that one has. I did say that the Kenya National Qualifications Framework is a 10-level framework. Within the TVET space, it goes from level 3 until level 6, where level 6 is a diploma. And the beauty of this is that to embrace the reforms, we have already ensured that the modularized curriculum are also markable within the framework. So it means that whether one has a certificate that was issued as level 3, 4, 5, or 6, or they are given the modular certificates that are stackable until it is a full qualification, any of those is a duly and credible qualification or certificate that shows that one has a skill. It shows that you can actually do what they have indicated that they can do. And so as the Kenya National Qualifications Authority, we are really glad because with the support of the government, we've been able to engage with our counterparts beyond our boundaries. For instance, within the East African community, we're very actively involved, working with our East Africa community counterparts to ensure that we have seamless mobility within the East Africa community bloc. We already have an East Africa community qualifications framework. Within the IGAD space, the 8 member states, again, Kenya, because of the firmness and the solidness of our education and training space, and how far our qualifications ecosystem and framework is, we are also working with those other IGAD member states to have a streamlined IGAD qualifications framework. It is already there, the policy framework, and we are working with the rest to ensure that when a student moves, a graduate moves from Kenya to Ethiopia, to Eritrea, to Djibouti, to any of those countries, with a TVET qualification or any other, it will be accepted for the level for which they have been assessed and certified. Beyond that, we also very active within the continent. Under an umbrella called Africa Continental Qualifications Framework, and we're glad to indicate again because the soundness of our qualification system and how well it seems to be well linked to the industry. And that is acknowledged also by our peers within the continent. Just recently, about 2 weeks ago, we were celebrating 10 years of implementing the framework, the National Qualification Framework. We had over 10 of our peers from the continent coming to say how well we are doing. And what it has done is that it has enabled easy articulation to say if our graduate moves with a level 5 certificate or a level 7 certificate, when they get to Congo, when they get to Zambia, when they get to South Africa, when they get to Europe and USA, how is it recognized as such in that jurisdiction? And because of the soundness of our policy framework in the NQF in general, it is recognized for that level for which they have been issued. Because it is a requirement for recognition and respect, what we call mutual trust, of qualifications that is offered in one jurisdiction to be accepted in the other as long as they have followed the requirements that they are required to have. So within the continent, Kenya, South Africa, and Zambia, because again of the soundness of our national qualification framework and maturity, we are working with the rest of our peers to ensure that we really have a comparable way of recognizing our qualifications. And all this is to ensure that as a TVET graduate, when you move from country A to country B, you will not face those questions where your certificate is queried and even you're declined probably a job because they're not certain of where to place you. And because of the soundness of it and clarity and articulation on how you're actually acquired and how then we map your qualification in the framework, then we are able to ensure that there is portability, there is acceptability, there is comparability, and also competitiveness of those qualifications. We are therefore glad, and we really look forward to ensuring that we have a framework that is really speaking to that bit of building on mutual trust of qualification. And so we're glad because as TVET, as university, as industry training, as we train our graduates, as we issue them with certificate, we have a tool that supports then acceptability of those qualifications, again, not just within our national space, but beyond our boundaries, wherever and whenever they would find those certificates there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. But just before you leave, the CEO of KNQA, the TVET subsector has the CBET, and the basic education subsector has the CBE, and of course the university subsector is also planning for a version of the CBET. From where you sit, do you think that there are possibilities that we may have some sort of silos when it comes to curriculum development? And what are you doing to ensure that we achieve harmonization in terms of the sets of the competencies that are developed by different subsectors?
Thank you so much once again, moderator. Yes, as we embrace and move with the new curriculum, I'm glad to see the major progress made within the basic space with CBC and CBE and CBET within the TVET space. And I can confidently say that also the universities are quite some steps ahead. This week, our team is also involved in our activity with Commission for Investigation and other players within the university space, working on the university competency-based education framework. And so you can hear that we are actually working together. I did initially say that the National Qualifications Framework is a harmonizing grid. Our PS, allow me to say this on a light note, she keeps saying that she doesn't think that we are housed properly. When we are domiciled in the State Department for Tibet, but we are really grateful for the great support that you've enabled us to really provide and to ensure that the Kenya National Qualifications Framework really plays and delivers to the mandate of providing harmony in the entire education and training space. Prior to enactment of the Kenya National Qualifications Framework Act of 2014, you can hear it is 2014. Yet, as a country, we've had education and training pre and even post-independence. And again, for all those years, our very good institutions, in as much as they were offering very good and sound curriculum and education, we were working in a fragmented way. So you'd find that basic that you've done until what we call level 2 in 844, now they hand over those students to the next level to Tibet, or they go to the university directly, they met the minimum requirements. But then, the bit of, for instance, moving, especially from Tibet to universities, you will find that even admission would vary, because there was no standard way of really ensuring that this seamless progression from, say, level 6, which is a diploma, to level 7, which is a bachelor's degree. And so, having the Kenya National Qualifications Framework has actually addressed the issue of silos, and we no longer now have that. And I would, in a very great way, appreciate the players within the qualifications ecosystem, because through the development of such policies like credits, accumulation and transfer system, we ensure that we have representation across board. TVET institutions are there, basic education is there, universities are there, the industry is there, professional bodies are there to ensure that any form of qualification, any certificate that is issued at any level, a student will not get to a dead end where that certificate duly issued by a credible qualification awarding body tends to be unaccepted by a qualification awarding body for a student who wants to progress, or even an employer who is probably querying credibility of a certificate that was issued by a TVET institution, who later probably a graduate went to another institution at a higher level, a university, and we've had such cases. And so the framework has brought this harmony that was really intended. And again, we are really grateful to all the players, right from basic to TVET to universities, for really opening it up and embracing the National Qualifications Framework and appreciating that you are actually the implementers of the framework. We've been highly supported by the subsector regulators, right from basic, TVET Authority, Commission for University Education, regulators within the professional space, and again that has brought soundness and firmness and confidence of the qualifications that we have. And so we, as we look at 10 years down the line of implementing the framework, one of the things that we duly and confidently celebrating is the breaking of silos and the fragmentation that was there. Our students can confidently move seamlessly from one level to another, and their credits are duly recognized in a standardized and harmonized manner. We will continue to work together and calling upon all the stakeholders to ensure that we will get to next level, even as we embrace CVET and especially TVET and university space, to ensure that there are no gaps, even for the students getting modularized, going through the modularized curriculum. And we are working on micro-credentials framework, because the way the National Qualifications Framework is implemented is now having those policies that clearly speak to how do we implement a mechanism that would now recognize a certificate that is issued to a student for acquiring a skill and a competence in any other way other than going to the classroom. So we don't want to miss out on any form of earning a skill and a competence. So very soon we shall be having the micro-credentials framework. Again, we're very grateful to all the players who are involved in this. And this is also a way of showing maturity of the all three countries, Kenya, South Africa, and Seychelles and Mauritius, that have kind of a framework that would recognize that kind of a skill. And so we're glad that we are able to make such milestones just to ensure that really qualifications are recognized anywhere and everywhere in the space they find themselves.
Thank you very much. Let me come to the Secretary of TVET, and from the Secretary, I would like to find out whether the State Department has put in place policy measures to ensure that there's a stronger partnership between training institutions and the industry.
Thank you so much for that question. And as the discussion has gone forward, it has become clear that we are working very closely with the industry. And a key policy that I want to speak about is the dual training policy. And this dual training policy is enabling the TVET institution to work very closely with the industry, so that we are going to have training carried out maybe 70% of the time in the industry, and that percent of the time in the institutions. So this is one of the policies that has been put in place to ensure that this one is going to happen. Other than the policy, we also have strategies that we have adopted as the State Department of TVET to ensure that we work very closely with the industries. And one of the issues that we have done, I've talked about memorandums of understanding, very many of them that we have signed, because at the national scene, we have more than 2,500 memorandums of understanding with industries, whereby we are working with them. This one is over and above the industrial linkages of our institutions, because even our TVET institutions, they are having their own MOUs, not at the national scale, at their institutional scale, so that they work closely with the industries. And also, when you're talking about the strategies, we have been in discussion with other ministries, such as the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, so that our institutions are going to be classified as special economic zones, so that they are going to have a favorable tax regime, so that they can be able to attract investors, so that we are going to have training industries within our institution. Other than the special economic zone status, we are also pursuing the EPZA status, that is export processing zone status, so that it can also, as our institutions, attract investors who are going to manufacture for the international market. And something else that we are doing as a strategy, we are also having what we call the IGS, that is income generating activities. And we have that unit within the State Department. And what we are looking forward to is to ensure that our TVET is going to be sustainable, in the sense that if you look at the entire government, the kind of competing interest within the many ministries, it might not be very possible for the government to finance every sector, every subsector at 100%. And that is why, as State Department of TVET, we are looking forward to bringing about what we are calling a sustainability, to ensure that we are going to mount IGS, that is income generating activities, within our space, so that we are going to be in a position to finance some of the programs from within the revenues we are going to get within our space. Something else I can also talk about is that we are also working to ensure that we are also going to work in the international industry, and this is in way of mounting what we are calling the last mile training, whereby we are training our people who have already gone through the training in our institution to fit the international market. And this is why we are having Kazi Maju, we are having Mukulimo Maju, so that once we do the last mile training, we are able to take these people to work in the industries from out there. And we know that by the time they have worked there for several years, by the time they are coming back, they are the same people who are going to assist us to mount industries that are going to be able to work, or they are going to manufacture for the international market. So it's just like Pia said, that we're not talking about the brain drain anymore. We are talking about brain gain, because by the time these people work in the developed economy, when they are coming back, they are going to be better crafted than the way we can be able to do it here. And they are the one who are going to bring us faster technological transfer, because we have been looking for the technological transfer without much avail. But now that we have our well-skilled people who are working out there, when they come back here, they're the ones who are going to bring us that technology transfer, and it is going to assist Kenya to transform into a developed economy, or what we are variously calling Singapore. And this is how, as TVET, we are going to contribute to that vision to ensure that we are going to be able to play within the international scene. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Secretary. I want to move to TVET SIDAC, and in the interest of time, I'm going to ask Professor 2 questions where we expect him to respond. One is around credibility. One is around credibility and acceptance of CBET certifications. Is there a role the industry can play? And second to that, looking ahead, what is your vision of industry-led TVET in Kenya in the next 5 years?
Thank you so much, Moderator. I approach the matter of TVET and matter of training and the quality and credibility of our certification from my heart. And I wish all of us would know that matters TVET, matters training, matters life are really key in what we do on a daily basis. TVET training is about my children. It's about your children. It is about my country. It's about your country. It's about our lives. The person who will take care of us in the next few years are being crafted within the TVET space. The person to make your garment right, the person to make you comfortable in the next space, the person to make sure that your house will not follow you is being trained in this space. Surely we need to enjoy life while on this earth, and it's about the small nitty-gritties that make our life. So what you are saying is we can't afford to have fakes in the space. And how do we eliminate fake? By certifying what somebody can do, not what they might want to recite. So our certificates are about, this is me, and this is what I can do. And in your life, this is what I can provide. It's about provision of services that are real in life to make our lives comfortable. Our certifications that we're offering currently are tamper-proof, let me say, because we first of all assess you as you do. We assess you in the workspace according to your performance based on the standards that have been developed by the industry. We assess you as you perform the skill. And once we assess you, give a certificate that you will present at the workspace and say, I have these sets of competencies. I can perform 1, 2, 3, which will add value to the organization in this way. And that way, our certification is tamper-proof. Secondly, the certificates that we offer right now from TVET SIDAC have, allow me to say, Madam Peers and all the peers, we have 13 security features that are not found anywhere. It's not a certificate you can fake, it's not a certificate you can crook, it's not a certificate you can even tear. Because we realize some of us had certificates, but due to family and related violences, they have no certificate. They were told by other people. The certificates that we issue, and when you find time, go to our booth, you'll get our certificate. Try tearing it. You can't tear our certificate. You can't destroy it. Even if it falls in water, it will never get destroyed. So we are giving certificates that are tampered, and we have them in our booth. Go to the booth, you'll be shown a certificate, you'll tear it, it can't tear. You'll try burning it, it can't burn. Because we know we have people who have certificates and don't have them. We are far ahead. And Madam Pierce and all members of this great panel, allow me to mention a case which we had on Monday 25th. We had a developer coming from Switzerland. He was coming to sell to us an idea about how to make our certificates better. We gave him an opportunity to present his case. He said he was pitching for certificates with a better mark, for this, for this. We allowed him 10 minutes. After that, I called my ICT team. They presented. You know what he said, Madam Pierce? We are sorry we've wasted your time. You are far much ahead of you. You are too far ahead of us, and what you are thinking to present, we don't need to present it. And they left. So we are ahead of the developers coming. And those innovations that we are applying have been locally developed by our team. In fact, the last word I told him was, do not snatch my ICT team. That is what I told him. The vision of this country, we are far ahead, Madam Pierce and our chief guest. In this country, we are far beyond others, but that doesn't mean we stop innovating. 2-3 months ago, I attended a conference at Botswana, and it was organized by Ruforum. And when he presented our situations in the country, the rest of Africa was ready to copy. They were ready to come and get ideas of what you're doing. But we are simply saying, we are on the right track, let's keep going, we shall surely be there if we continue at the pace and with the kind of innovations that we have. And we appreciate the leadership that we're getting from the Petropolis about where we need to take our youth. Nobody should be left behind in the journey to Singapore, because the journey belongs to all Kenyans. And the space of TVET is to prepare the 80%, the nobodies of this country, the people who are not much mentioned about, to move with us to Singapore. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let us have a round of applause for our panelists. I think before they leave, we would want to find out if at all there may be questions or clarifications you may want to be provided. And as such, I'll ask somebody to provide a microphone to the plenary. So if you have a question you may want to ask, or probably a clarification, or maybe a comment, kindly raise your hand so that we hear from you. Is there any comment, any question?
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Sonia Mabele, and I'm glad to have panelists discussing all these issues that are pertinent to us, coming from the Kisiwa National Polytechnic, and we are there on the ground. So matters of qualification, that is the CEO. Right now, we have transited to actually the modular curriculum, which we are implementing. We still have most of our students who are dealing with the next curriculum, the previous curriculum, who wants to come in. They have done probably the certificate level. Now they want to come and continue. Our question, which we are finding it difficult on the ground, where do they enter? What is their entry? Do they start afresh a certificate of a modular curriculum? Or is there where you need to equate so that at least we can look at, as the experts can look at, where can they enter so that they can proceed? We don't take a lot of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question from the floor? Hi.
Robots can replace the teachers.
produce robots.
Thank you very much. How can a teacher be replaced by a robot? Any other question? We are going to take a maximum of 3 and end it there. Any other question?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fatima Jaffer from Wajir Girls Secondary School. I wanted to ask the professor that everything he has done today, has he ever thought of giving up in life, or has he ever faced a challenge? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor, you can take it up. Yeah, go ahead and respond.
Allow me to appreciate the question. The last one, I'll go in reverse order. The last one. Hata msaidie tukupigie wewe mtoto makofi. Our daughter, we appreciate. Life is not easy. Life is not about finding everything in place. It's about dealing with your situation as it were, but maintaining your focus. You are in Wajir Girls today. The next day, in the next 5 years, 10 years, you'll be the PS seated in front here. You'll be the professor. You'll be the professor of the professors who are here. There is no limit to your dreams. However, challenges build your resilience. We have had many challenges in our lives. We have had many challenges as we do the work, but we maintain focus. Just do that. Keep your dream, and your dream will surely come true. Thank you so much. The next one was about robot. I surely will say now that robots will not replace teachers. As robots come on board, teachers become facilitators to the next level. Teachers will not be replaced. They will only work at a higher level to allow robots to do the routine, repetitive jobs. That is the situation. And my brother from Ziwa, we already have a program for converting qualifications from NEC, from TVET CDAC, which were not modularized into modular. All you need to do is you get what the candidate has done, is able to do, is qualified in, and you put in the system and you'll be told how much they can be exempted, how much they can transfer, and the system is doing that. Last week we did for other qualifications like NEC. So generally, already the system is far ahead of us. Let's engage on one-to-one and you'll get assistance. It is okay, it is well done. We thank you.
So thank you very much, panelists. I would like to give you half a minute each to make closing remarks. I will start with Mohammed Abdirahman.
The chief guest has asked me to add to that first question on why is that girl who asked whether the professor ever wanted to give up. Yes. Girls, it is never easy. I normally tell people that I speak to that I wore my first pair of leather shoes when I went to Form 1. So you might have probably worn leather shoes before I did. And they were first in the box because if you arrive in school, they get inspected before now you can wear them. That, my dear daughter, has not stopped me from having shoes in my closet. I actually do not know how many pairs of shoes I have today. I literally do not know. Because niliitisha hizi because they fitted the day. Yesterday I was in other. Naziko hapo kwa gari somewhere. In my closet at home, I don't even know how many pairs there are. It is and it is the same case with. So, when I went to secondary school like you are doing, we would finish weeding my father's farm. Then I would go to look for work in other people's farm, so that by the time we opened school, I had my own money to be able to buy myself girls' things and be able to have a little pocket money in, because we were 11 of us. how was my father going to give us pocket money? 11 of us. So I decided to be working on other people's pieces of land, and it was not easy. And that did not guarantee that there will be something to eat, even as we went to sleep. So it is a question of making up your mind that I am going to pursue a better life regardless. You will find snakes around here on your way, but my friend, jump over them and go to where you are supposed to be. We are not PSs here today because we walked through a carpet. We walked through fire, and here we are. So please, keep the focus like His Excellency the President. He focuses na ataenda huko, regardless of the frogs making noise on the side. So please, focus in the same way. Go to where you want to go, and as much as possible, pigana na hizi vitu zingine, especially vijana. Msisikiza vijana, wachaneni na vijana. When you are old enough, vijana watakuja. Me, girls, listen, I had my first boyfriend in 3rd year in the university. Achana na vijana huko hapana. Let all the noise stay on the side and focus, and you will get there.
Thank you very much, Madam PS.
Just to remind you again, this is Muganda Nyangala, the PS Higher Education. And yesterday, I had the absolute pleasure to visit Wajir girls, and we shared a lot of insights. And I think I left them at a higher level. Hi, girls. Bye. Good. They're there. So I'm not going to detail about my life story, but just 2 key things. After my Form 6, I wanted to pursue Bachelor of Economics, and at that point, the points were really, really high because we had very few universities, just about 7. So then I enrolled for Bachelor of Education. And guess what? I have discovered the beauty of being a teacher. I have discovered that education is flexible. It gives you the capacity to maneuver, to upskill, to reskill, to multi-skill, and to pursue any other career that you would want that is related to teaching. You can be an author, you can be a musician, you can be anything. So what does that mean? When you find yourself in a space, stretch your mind. Keep stretching your mind. How can you make the best out of that space? Do not be discouraged. Never be discouraged. You can always make the best out of any situation. For me, I never see the glass as half empty. It is always half full. If you throw a lemon my way, I will make a lemonade. I will enjoy it. I will move on. For those of you who know me, many think that I'm quite modest. However, in 2022, I worked with Cleophas Malala, and we vied for the Kakamega gubernatorial seat, and we came 2nd. And after that, His Excellency, our President, graciously then appointed me to be a principal secretary. A girl, a woman from a very remote village in Kakamega. So, girls, never be discouraged. There are those who thought I might not be bold enough to run for the gubernatorial seat. But guess what? Watch this space. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam PS, for those wonderful insights.
Mine is just to ask the 2 girls who have asked the question.
Kauthar and Fatuma Jafar. Fatuma Jafar and Kauthar, please. Fanya upesi. Fatuma Jafar,
so that the rest of your peers can know that you need to stand up and ask questions. Oh. Okay. Mine is to encourage you. Yeah. Yeah. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Listen to these panels, ask questions, I'm around. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let us clap for all of them. I think at this point in time, I would like to offer the panelists at least. Yeah, I'm also being informed that Prof would like to meet the girls immediately after this. So let us give the panelists at least a minute to say their closing remarks. I'll start with Mr. Mohammed Abdirahman. Just a minute.
Thank you. I wish to take this opportunity to appeal to the youths in Wajir to join the debates centers in our county. We are not charging any fees. We are only charging 2,000 shillings for registration. And if one can afford or cannot afford, and he demonstrates that he cannot afford, we will not chase him away. He will be able to join. So I'm appealing to the youth in Wajir County to join the debate centers. You will only pay examination fees, which is about 5,000 shillings, but tuition fees is free. Please join the debates across the county. We have 8 across the county.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Kip Kemoy, the Deputy Director, Strategy and Planning for TVETA. Yes. Closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tom. I want to say that from a TVET authority and the regulatory space, we want to encourage institutions, our TVET institutions, and industries to keep partnering. We encourage industries as they establish to provide adequate training space as co-trainers, and also put in place appropriate safety measures, as well as trainee support mechanisms in terms of coaching, mentorship, in terms of also providing psychosocial support for our trainees while they are in industry. As a regulator, TVETA has been an enabler in the realization of the data transformation agenda, and we commit ourselves to continue the enabling even as we journey to Singapore. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Over to you, the CEO of KNQA, Dr. Kande.
Thank you so much, Moderator. My first point would be to say that as we reflect on those 63 years as a country, and especially looking at the effort made and the gains made in building our human capital, and from the space we come from, where we are putting together the players within the ecosystem of education and training. They are islands of good practice, and as a country, as we head to Singapore, we need to engage another gear of really integrating these islands of good practice, especially when we are in this space of embracing reforms, and we are really certain that we will afford our youth, the populace of this country, an opportunity to really make the most of their skills and competencies. Secondly, to our young people, as you can see within the TVET space, whatever skill, whatever competence you have, even those very young actors and entertainers that we have had here, remember that any skill that you have is accessible, as PS rightly put it. You can gain a skill here, enter workforce, maybe later return, and you will get a certificate at whatever the level. Let us make the most of things and desist from getting quick form of fake certificates or fraudulent certificates. We're already dealing with that as well, and it is sad to see even our young people falling for fake certificates. We have a national qualifications database at KNQA, and we are able to authenticate and tell what certificate is credible or not. Do not waste your chance. The world is a fair place, and we have a mechanism in place as a country to really help you get and not lose any ounce of skill and competence that you have. Visit our booth at the exhibition area, and we shall be able to tell you more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kitainge. Closing remarks.
Thank you very much, moderator. My colleagues are number one, TVET is for all of us. Whether you are a young joining or old retiring, there is something for you. You can consider developing a skill to retire into. You can consider doing that which you love. Number two is that CBET allows flexibility. You can collect one skill, another skill to be the master competent person. Number three is CBET allows part certificate. We allow you to have a certificate in bricklaying. For example, yesterday I had 2 cases who proved very competent, and I hope they will register in their nearest TVET institution. And I assure everybody that there is space for all of us. There is space for all of us. So let's be empowered to move together so that we can develop into the country that we need to be. TVET is the stage to watch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now, Chair Kati, Mr. Shadrach Tunui.
Actually, in my closing remarks, I want to say that the future of our country is very bright. The bottom-up economic transformation agenda is real, and in the TVET space, the skills that we are churning out to the industry is going to transform this country. The target 2 million enrollment is possible because already the fees has been reduced to 67,189, and there is no reason why a youth from the Wajir County still is staying at home. Yet we have Wajir East TVC, we have Ramu, we have Tarbach, we have got Wajir South, and all the other TVET colleges within Wajir County. Our clarion call is to ensure that this enrollment is attainable. I do also appeal to the county government to consider supporting these institutions, and also to the members of the parliament to consider supporting these trainees as they join our institutions so that they can be able to benefit from the bursary allocation to allow the numbers actually grow from the current 100 and something in the Wajir East to even 1,000. It is very possible, and that is where we are headed to. The Singapore story is going to happen, and the future is very bright for every youth in our country. Let's not be despised and be condemned by the grade that we got in KCSE. The grade that we got is actually able to transform us and to make us even leap to the great, bright future in our country. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Abdi, Chairman of Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Wajir. Closing remarks.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate. Mine is, if you'll allow me, I want just to stand because I really want to appreciate His Excellency the President, William Ruto, because you have seen the whole world has come to Wajir, and the economy has really grown for Wajir. Surely, we used to have a hotel with 500 shillings, but somebody at a lodge pays 2,500 at this period, and on the maximum side, 50,000. So surely, if I'm wrong, but 2 term, Siri, 2 term. I'm just saying because I'm just happy about the situation. So I could not just avoid myself. Sikuweza kujizuia zaidi. Number 2, I am one of the beneficiaries as the chair of commerce. Because when I'm saying like that, the two sisters are witness. My friend is also a witness. I'm the contractor around here. And I employ more than 30 persons for the last 5 days. And all those came as a result of Siri 2 term. Kwa hivyo, hapo mimi ninge-encourage youth wasilale. There are a lot of opportunities. You have already seen our work, our main role is to connect youth, the businessmen, with other business connected. We always advocate for business. Number 2, now that the president is also coming, our building bills are paid. So it's another opportunity again. So, mimi ningesema tu youth watu wasilale, they should come out and join the TVET. With that, asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. With humility, let me invite the Secretary TVET also to make his closing remarks.
Thank you so much, my brother, for that. And let me also start.
I think I've been taught manners by him that I need to stand. So I want to say thank you to the President through our brother Dennis. I know he's going to convey our gratitude for that, because it's not an easy thing for the President to have assigned this theme for this third Madaraka Day to be education, skills, and our future thematic area. So for that we are very grateful, because I may not be able to start here again, and we hope we are going to convey our gratitude for that. And this one shows the kind of confidence he has with us in the education space, and we want to promise that we are not going to let him down. We are going to continue improving our quality and status every day to ensure that we have continuous improvement of our education space, to ensure that we are going to be the very best. Because as for now, I think like our Dr. Kade has said, we might be the best in Africa. We want to be the best in the world. And that is what we are going to be. We are going to be an education and training destination for those who are coming to train here. We are no longer going to be training in the USA, America, or wherever else. It is them who are going to be coming here to Kenya for training. And for the young people, can you join our TVET institution? Our chairman has said how many institutions we have in Wajir. Can you join? And we are saying the government has availed finances to pay for you. All you need to do is to go to the institution. The government is going to do the rest. And after attaining your skills, we are going even to take you outside, Nakazi Maju, Mukulima Maju, all those others. So if you have been aspiring to go outside the country, just join TVET, and we are going to ensure that you go there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now request our principal secretaries to come forward and join the panelists for a group photo session.
You know, by the grace of God, and I had an opportunity to travel to Australia. And when I was, and in Australia, I always tell this story. I found a man called Masomo. Masomo, tulikuwa na wewe? Huyu alikuta wakamba wao huko. Masomo dropped from school in Form 3. The girls who had asked the question about focus. He dropped from school in Form 3. Then akaenda Thika, akaanza to train with some garage. Train. Wazungu wapo wakapita kutoka Dubai. Wakamuona wakaona huyu kijana anafanya kazi mzuri. Wakamwambia tutumie picha za ile kazi unafanya, tutakupanga. Alituma picha zake Dubai, wakamuita Dubai. Akaenda huku akafanya kazi. Wazungu wengine, you know, from where I sit, when you do well, when you do your best, God also sends angels to identify you. So, wazungu wengine kutoka Australia wakapita hapo. Wakaona anafanya kazi mzuri sana. Wakamwambia wewe, tutumie videos of what we are doing na tutakupanga. Akatuma videos to Australia. So we found him in Australia. I was there with Dr. Kanyi. I was there with Professor Kitenge. And he is earning between 50 to 60,000 Kenya shillings per day. See, per month, per day. That guy who went to school up to Form 3. The point I was to make is this. If you are good, you will be found. When you are good at what you do, you will be found. So little children, be good at what you do, and you will be found, and you'll be that. Now what are we finding here? Dennis, kwa sababu ni yeye alini challenge ati tuende technology as TVET. Sasa ameona tuko na robot. Anataka kuinunua. Na tutamuuzia pesa mingi, utaona wewe. Dennis wants to buy this robot. So Kasarani, where is Kasarani TVC? In ya Kasarani. Dennis, I have challenged these institutions to come up with things we can sell so that we are self-sufficient as institutions. And I'm telling you, these institutions are doing well. So Kasarani, please honor Dennis behind the tents. Hii robot mtakubaliana na yeye vile utaifanya ikuwe the best, ainunue. Na Dennis, unanunua pesa ngapi? But unajua sasa, wacha nikutetee.
Wacha ni huyu mtu aniuzie shati kwanza nisikie anauza aje. Then ingie ile mambo ya Kikenya negotiate price ya shati. Kwanza aseme shati yake anauza pesa ngapi kwanza?
Shati gani?
Hii robot.
Hii amevaa?
No, hiyo robot yote ni kama shati kwake, aniuzie kwanza nisikie bei yake.
Wawa, hii sio kama shati, ni kitu imekaa chini imekuwa crafted.
Patia huyu jamaa hiyo microphone negotiate.
Aya, negotiate na yeye ako pale. Wawa, na wewe ukisema kidogo nitakufukuza kwa shule.
Thank you. Let me just get the mic to my supervisor. So I'll just give you the budget I've used. I've come up with so many copies so that it can work to a level.
Bei, wacha story. Mimi sitaki kutoka ununua uzi na nitro uza.
500.
Haya, unajaribu. Sasa mimi nitakupatia 300,000. That's a fair deal, good deal. It was pressure doing business with you. Hiyo iko sawa kabisa, usijali.
Ulikuwa umeitisha ngapi?
Mimi ndio wa kwanza. Kwa hivyo hao wengine wote after mimi 500. Ule wa kwanza ndio na uzi yangu ya ku-market. Hiyo marketing fee ni 200 kwa sababu nitaiweka kwa ofisi. Rais ataiona akikuja kwa ofisi, alafu watu wataanza kuona. So I won't charge you my marketing fee. I buy at 300. Hao wengine wote atakuuzia 1 million nao watu. So wacha mimi nianze na 300. Thank you very much. Unione before we end this.
Makofi.
See miracles happen. See miracles happen. Sasa Kasarani, hii Dennis atapeleka State House, ionekane huko. Sasa nyinyi mutengeneze zingine, alafu Dennis and his colleagues watanunua zingine na tutaendelea hivyo, si ndio? Now remember, I have told Dennis that we are going to make robots, Catherine, that are going to work in the rice farms. Remember, the rice farms are in his county. So tukinunua hiyo, tukitengeneza hiyo, kama hii imenunuliwa 300,000, the ones that are going to be working for the ladies in his constituency, zitanunuliwa pesa ngapi? Zitanunuliwa pesa ngapi? So my dears, go and do your work. Are we together? Sasa hizo institutions zikikaa bila pesa na pesa iko hapa, ni shauri yenu. Sawa sawa. Thank you very much, my brother, for that support. He has been challenging me about technology in our institutions. And now, Dennis, you have heard, you have seen. Please continue supporting us. Thank you very much.
We are requesting for a group photo. Let us have a photo session with the panelists. I will request the principal secretaries.
Juu sana, bendera yetu Kenya ipeperushwe juu 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 sana. Trio mio, sisi wa Kenya tunaweza. Na ipeperushwe juu juu sana.
DJ. Dennis, the other thing we are making, the president challenged us to make a rally. You know those cars, what are they called? Ile inakimbia hapa chini. Motocross. We now have the engine at Kabete. We now have the gearbox at Kabete, and the framework is already done. Ati nyinyi mko na ndege? So, we are finishing the motorsport, Dennis. We are going to demonstrate it to you and the rest of you in State House. alafu tutawauzia hako kagari. Ate mko na ndege inatembea, inaenda juu. Hiyo itatuangusha, lakini tutaangalia. Haitaanguka. Ati ndege wa njia. Sasa kama wa njia kana ndege. Sawa, tutaangalia hiyo kama utaletea president aingie apande nayo. Sawa, so TVET is the space and we are going to make it happen. Thank you very much.
Mkurugenzi mzalendo, black, red and green. Najivunia sta maneno young, fresh and free. Niko huru, raia bariani clean. Before Mariga bebe Champions League. Kaza kukuti bendera zipepe humwaka. Nasikia ripoti magari zinapita jumbaka. Moja ni nguvu siuishi kiarambe. Lazima magoti mapaja ndo upate mguu kaka. Mkenya halisi, nasikia ifiche inaonekana kwa rahisi. Mboka inapigwa vile inafando vile naishi. Tutamu kuona vijana watenga nchi. Juu sana, bendera yetu Kenya ipeperushwe juu sana.
Fatuma aweze kutupatia photo sana. Alafu mnaweza mkatembelea hizi booth mweze kujionea kuna innovation nyingi watoto wanaweza kufanya. Waziri alisema wa county kuna jamaa pia aliinnovate ndege drone ina fly enda high na anaifikisha. Iko hapa tu, unaweza tembea ukaiona, hata unaweza leta hapo kwa ground aweze kuitest na iweze kufly. Karibu sana Fatuma, ngoja dakika moja.
Good afternoon. I really am appreciative for taking this granted today. I thank God for that. The Ministry of Education, the chairpersons, the principal secretaries, and the teachers, the scholars, and my fellow students and pupils. Good afternoon once again. So, I want to say a big thank you on behalf of all the students from different schools, where it doesn't matter where they come from. So, we appreciate a lot. This is the 63rd Madaraka Day. The government has remembered us today, Wajir County. It will be a memorable day for us. It will always continue in our hearts, and also sharing with all the people where they come from doesn't matter. What matters is the education, because even the Holy Book itself says Iqra, which means read until you take your last breath. The only inheritance you parents or someone can give you is knowledge. Even if they die, it will always stay with you. So always take that in your heart. We promise to keep it, do not take it for granted. It will stay with us forever. We promise to ignite ideas, create impact, and also give it to all the people, as knowledge is the most weapon in life. May God bless you, all of you who are here today, and it will be a memorable. And we also thank the education members, as this is the first Madaraka Day we will remember. Thank you once again. I appreciate a lot. May God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Asante. Wapi makofi tena. Baada ya hapo basi tutaenda hapa nyuma ya hema for media briefing. Alafu kisha baadaye tutaweza kuenda kuona hizi booth, zile innovation imefanywa. Asanteni sana, na wakati wa sala iko karibu. Wengine wale wanaenda misikiti, wale wengine wetu watakula wa shuleni watakuwa hapa watoto. Kwa hivyo basi for media briefing hapo nyuma ya crossing prayer, alafu tutaenda hapo nyuma ya tent for media briefing. Tafadhali mtu mmoja volunteer aweze kutuongoza kwa maombi tafadhali. Chairman.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Arrahmanirrahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin.
Amin. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Msisahau tarehe 1 kiwanja ya Wajir Stadium itafunguliwa mida wa saa 9 usiku, saa 9 asubuhi samahani. Na tafadhali ukuwe mtu wa kwanza kuweza kujinyakulia nafasi za viti za kwanza kwa sababu itakuwa ni historia. Asante sana. Thank you very much. May God bless you. Hadi wakati mwingine tutapokutana.
Bendera yetu Kenya ipeperushwe juu 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 sana. Sisi wa Kenya tunawe
na tunaweza Kenya vuta tena. Naipeperushwe.
Rais Kenyatta alituletea uhuru Kenya. Rais Moi akatuletea maziwa ya Nyayo. Rais Kibaki akatuletea masomo ya bure. Daima mimi Mkenya, oh Kenya, naipenda Kenya, oh Kenya. Ipeperushwe juu juu sana, bendera yetu Kenya ipeperushwe juu 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 sana. Sisi wa Kenya tunawe.
Naipeperushwe.
Daima mimi Mkenya,
Bemi kuno piga shangwe na nderemo.
naipenda Kenya,
na tunaweza Kenya vuta tena.
ipeperushwe juu 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 sana. Bendera yetu Kenya ipeperushwe juu juu sana. Sisi wa Kenya tunaweza, ipeperushwe juu.
Yo, Dre.
Stevie Boka.
Stona kozi na kujulia timanga shikamorio, kuna vile tutakaziana ni head but nilimkataka ni point na panga, niko na yangu naona tukikatiana, staki ngori mob staki ho staki kasiro skuji kasido kasindom nafanya na float, staki ngori mob staki ho staki kasiro skuji kasido kasindom nafanya na float, siko na tianka ingia chinje pake kama bob hezi kafanya ni change one dead never me najua kushina wase sanse na mpes kadhani ni senje chinja maliza ule sebe finya ndo ni squeeze mwere screen clear lazima itoshe mwere sezi achana na yeye aende niko soba nasikia la
Abedi ameniletea. Sika kuna zingine. Analeta ikiwa imekaa hivi. Being used to train those guys and do what you call the cognition of the trial. So that's RP. So basically today was an intense discussion of the opportunities that are presented by skills. We also have had a very good interaction with artificial intelligence and robotics activities, because the future of our careers are both AI, including journalism. AI, now I can write my story by just giving it an intro and it finishes my story for 7 minutes. So careers are also being taken by artificial intelligence or improved by artificial intelligence. and robotics. We have seen a demonstration of those robotics right here on stage. So the future is very good. And as I said yesterday, this artificial intelligence is not only going to help us improve our skills and be able to help us do our stuff, but it also help some of our friends like Stephen Kalonzo, who has read the finance bill and somehow found the process of land there. Yet we know in the 54-page finance bill, there is nothing on land. So you need this artificial intelligence for leaders like Kalonzo to be able to understand that the financial bill, the finance bill 2026 has nothing on land, and therefore you should take time and read it. And if he's unable to read it, there is artificial intelligence, and Kasarani Technical even has robots that can be able to interpret for him, summarize for him, and he's able to find it out. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Before I let Jesus speak on the event, perhaps how ready are we in terms of hosting the Madaraka?
So, other than this, first of all, the Madaraka celebrations are on. So how ready are we? We've already started because we started yesterday. However, in terms of the real day on the 1st of June, already the roads network, I don't know if you've made that check, you've gotten a chance to go around, but already the roads are being tarmacked and they are almost complete. Only one link is remaining. In the issue of the stadium, yesterday I was at the stadium, I'm going back there, we were at 97%, 98% completion rate. The 2% between today and tomorrow will be complete because it's about the shading, the cleaning up and the painting. Then there is a state lodge. Wajir is having a beautiful state lodge. And that state lodge as of yesterday was doing 70%. This morning when I spoke to the people who are concerned, they told me they had done another 10% overnight. So we are hoping the other 20% between today and tomorrow to be done. And by the way, the president is coming here on Sunday. He will be hosting a Limu Mashinani, which is a conversation of the president, the education ministry, and the students. So we are ready. We are absolutely ready. The state of preparedness for Madaraka Day is 100%. And the president will be addressing various issues, but mainly the focus will be on education, skills, and the future.
All right, okay. Perhaps I should just now ask you, are young people joining TVET? What are some of the progresses related to the institutions and the challenges that they are facing?
Thank you. Yes, the progress in TVET is tremendous. Actually, we were supposed to display the TVET off between the Kenya Kwanza government, before the Kenya Kwanza government, and the TVET of today. And the transformation is tremendous. You are able to witness some institutions, like, for example, let me give an example of Kiambu National Polytechnic, which was just a small institution with a focus. Now it is huge. And that is only one example of the transformation on physical infrastructure that we have been able to achieve. And we now have the laboratories, we have the workshops, we have the equipment. This government has been able to do a tremendous job for the TVET space, and we are very excited. Number two, as far as the training of the trainers is concerned, because trainers are very important, this government has been able to recruit 3,500 trainers who have been recrafted into CBET training at the Kenya School of TVET. When they cannot come to the Kenya School of TVET, Kenya School of TVET has been moving to all the regions across the country to craft the trainers. And actually we have now upscaled this to crafting even our trainers within the university space, so that we want to be sure, as the young people transit from CBE in the lower level to TVET and the universities, the trainers are requisite for them to be able to train to craft their into absolute competency. And thirdly, the government came up with a funding model where the scholarships and loans are able to be given to the students, and this is going on so that the registration in the TVET space has grown from 350 to now 850,000, and we want to look at 2 million by the end of the year. Why? We even have an active marketing space where we have a team in the field working with the GAO to be able to encourage as many young people as possible to be able to join the TVET institution. So we are not looking back, both in as far as recruitment is concerned, improvement of infrastructure is concerned, the training of the young people. You have seen that we are now gone as far as having practical technology, where our friend Dennis has even been able to appreciate the robots, and there is much more that is available within our space. We have spoken here about even labor kazi kazi majuu. We have been able to talk to digital jobs. We have been able to, where we have a lot of young people working even in our affordable housing, because the TVET space trains people who are the doers. So even on the on ground, there is a lot of young people who have been able to join kazi kwa ground because they are. Kenya now is a construction site, and we are the people who are training the masons, the plumbers, the electricians, name them, and they are all joining this space of trade. So we have all these transformations taking place within the TVET ecosystem, and we are very happy. And we thank the government of Kenya Kwanza for holding us, because since this government came into space, we have seen, like I've said, we have seen a lot of transformation, and this is only at the beginning.
I guess as I just conclude with you, there's someone that mentioned that, education is the key, but then TVET is like a master key. Perhaps you could just speak on that.
Yes, before I talk to the master key issue, let me say that we know education as an equalizer, but I want to emphasize that education is also a unifier. Many of the stakeholders in higher education today who are participating in this Madaraka Day thematic week have indicated that it is their first time in Wajir, and they have had the opportunity to experience firsthand the immense potential of Wajir. They have interacted with the people, they have used the work. We saw the students from Wajir schools perform. We appreciate the milestones that we have achieved through CBE, because the students are confident, the students are creative, and the students are really rising. Kenya belongs to these young children across the country, including Wajir. We are really happy. Education is an ecosystem, right from basic to TVET to the university level. And we are in transformation mode. Like I just indicated, we like what's coming out of the competency-based education, building real competencies. And so, as these students go up the education ladder, they have many pathways, beginning with the TVET that is opening up opportunities across the world. And so, it truly is the master that's opening opportunities for work and also for university education, for those who would wish to pursue further education. Most importantly, we are a strong ecosystem. What comes out of one level, basic, must be good enough for the next level, whether it's TVET or university, so that together, working closely, hand in hand, we produce the manpower that this country needs, and globally, we produce the technologies that are going to drive us to Singapore. And guess what? We are ready.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Volume.
The speaker is has stopped working, but they want to
Translate it from the computer.
Go towards the end. The president features for Open University. Go towards the end. Again, so get the new mic in the room. Then it was here as a final question.
Actually, if I close my application, why can't I get it?
That's a good point. So, yes, so in terms of processing the application, you just have some 1 or 2 internal processes, and then you get the information from the phone.
Yeah, which then it means it's not complicated.
But
I hope in the future when we are here next week, I mean, even the board should have a portal. So then when I apply, the approval is real time and I get what I need to get.
Continuous improvement. Thank you very much.
After reading that,
And you should be able to explain Professor Roach is here. Yeah. But you should be able to explain that there's an that is automated. For example,
hapa nimewasaidia sana mjaribu kupatia commission. Lakini hiyo kitu lazima tu cost, lakini nitaibuy sasa hivi, lakini ni cost for people to buy more. Mimi nitaibuy at that price, but you need to cost more. Then you cost it for profit. Ili watu waweze kubuy wakiwa.
So this is a smart subscription billing system. Once you enter the supermarket, sometimes you find the block if you realize that it has exceeded the amount you have in the pocket, then you just press B to remove 1 mil, then it will be good to go. So here, when you are done with the shopping, I just did this.
Wait a minute. So you're done with your shopping and you just go and walk out. What is the connection between you and the paper?
I haven't finished mentioning that. So here, there is A to start, B to remove, and there is D to end the shopping. Once you press D, it will ask for a phone number. For a phone number so that you can use the phone number. 0721 54 Thank you. So after that, we press hash to confirm. So once you enroll in a small super, it will give you a card. This card is the one that we will use for payment. So it's asking for the card to be scanned so that we complete the payment. So we scan the card, and we are waiting for the message to be sent to her as a receipt. So the message being sent to her will be in the form of a receipt. And once the message is sent, everything will be reset automatically to wait for the next customer so that you can do the shopping. So now we can confirm this is the message, and it has resetted itself from the merchant side and from the.
So you just walk out.
Yeah, you just.
So basically, you're proposing to fire all these.
Not really, not really, because once the company.
I still want to be sure. What if I don't pay?
If you don't pay, this is the trolley. If there is something that you have put into the trolley and you haven't scanned, this trolley, you want to pack your thing.
I know the bill. What if I don't pay? I'm trying to understand.
If you don't pay, you want to move out because the tags are still in the system. Once you pay, the tags are still, you can move out. But if you have,
okay, I understand. Okay, that's good.
Okay, no
problem. That's why I'm clearing. Let's go. This one.
Yeah. Hello. Hello again. Yeah.
What is inside? What is inside?
We can take it. Loving one.
does that? Which ones? We have all at the back here. We have the shoes department that is provide fresh
Yes, yes, the box of all right, thank you very much.
You're going to the sagas?
Ada pilot.
Nikupe nyama.
Kimbiza msee. Jana nini shida?
Those are flying. This one I'm still working on the radar system. Those are flying. Telepon kasih besok, telepon kasih.
certificates. The check is
And we also have here is also our individual program, our individual program, whereby kids are enjoying the subject that's provided. And then the rest are here is now This is a sample of our ice in the center. What does it look like this? This is the classroom. These are the washrooms. These are the halls. Our that is the kind of the food that we provide. The meals that we provide. And sorry, I'm bringing porridge. Yes, they are not the porridge, the CSD. Okay, already here.
That's how. Thank you.
Thank you very much. These are models that I would like. God is up there. What is that? What is this? What is this? No. What is this?
Now, this is gums and resins. We export about $11 million a year. Yes. Hotel is the largest producer of this stuff. Now, we exhibit today now. If you have married, we give you this. Tunataka nyinyi.
I know, that's a lie.
Ile kitu tunataka nyinyi watu wa Nairobi. It's a store where we can store these things in Nairobi. Next time, you know, work and then try this from Nairobi.
Oh, yeah. Wow, that's great.
Ian. Anasema tukate.
Sawa, jina naona hapo
Watatunga kila place.
Sawa. So nitafutie footage ile ya jana. Ya mpira. Neno mwambie nataka footage. Vitu zote za jana footage na photos zimesaidia kwa folder moja.